Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call the Finance and Administration Committee to order for Tuesday, December the 12th. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call, please? I note Councillor Leahy, the late Councillor Leahy, has arrived, so we have all members of council of the committee present. So, any declarations of interest? Being none, adoption of the minutes. Moved by Chair Henry, second by Councillor Lee, that the approval of the Finance and Admin Committee of November 14th, as well as the closed Finance and Administration Committee of November 14th be approved. Questions, comments, corrections? Being none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That item is carried. We have two presentations as well as one delegation. So the first presentation is the Property Tax Budget Revised Guideline, and it will have the CAO, the Commissioner, as well as the Director of Business Planning and Budgets, and they're going to do the presentation from the main podium, and then they're going to return to their seats for questions, I think. So, Elaine, over to you.
And good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah, great. So good morning, Chair Ash, Chair Henry, and members of the Finance and Administration Committee. As you know, these are difficult times for our residents, and we have been challenged to both provide a guideline that is as feasible as possible, but that also reflects the significant demand on our essential services that are driving the pressures on our budget guideline. Over the next slides in this presentation, we will focus on the specifics of the revised guideline and summarize major priorities. As noted in the report, Council has requested at the end of September for staff to come back with implications of a 6.25 or a 5.25% increase for the region budget and a 2% increase for DRPS. While some implications of service impacts are noted in the attachments to the report, staff would like direction from Council on a guideline for the region and for DRPS separately, and then we will continue to work on achieving that guideline in a way that can minimize service impacts. Next slide, please. Report 2023 F35 before committee today reflects a guideline proposed for the main regional property tax budget of 6% and a guideline of 2% for DRPS. This results in a reduction from the original proposed guideline of a combined 9.75% to a revised guideline of 8%. Which translates to a 4.2% increase in the total bill and results in an annual budget increase of $247 for the average home. This recommendation includes a 0.5% to cover early impacts of Bill 23 and Bill 134, and also includes the conservation authorities at consistent guidelines from prior years. We continue to work on clarifying and refining the impacts of both Bill 23 and the related development charges legislation. We will be challenged in 2024 and escalating in future years as capital programs advance and DC shortfalls resulting from the required phase-in, freezing, exemptions, and discounts are felt. As noted in the report, we are now looking at an estimate of $912.8 million in non-development charge funding over the next 10 years that will be required to cover the DC shortfalls based on the provincial growth targets. It is important to note that these preliminary estimates do not include the impact of any exemptions for affordable housing, which is estimated to be at an additional $204 million for every 5% of residential units that qualify. The core of the proposed guideline rests on critical service needs directly for paramedic services, transit, and you'll remember that Council did approve a 10-year plan for both those services in 2022, police and housing and homelessness supports, and consideration for climate change and organizational effectiveness. With respect to climate change, it's not an isolated standalone project, as you know, so you will see it reflected through all of the department budgets in areas such as fleet modernization and changes to our building standards. Next slide, please. There are 6 main drivers that are impacting the recommended guideline before you today. These include base pressures. These pressures reflect the increased cost to provide the programs and services provided in 2023. Many of these impacts are significantly higher than those experienced historically. Most specifically, these include the annualization of 2023 budget decisions and decisions approved in year, incremental debt servicing costs for debt approved in 2023, inflationary and contractual pressures, and in particular, capital cost escalation. Together, these pressures total $39.8 million or 4.8% before assessment growth. 3.25% is the absolute minimum for the region tax levy budget side, only to maintain status quo, but it will require removing all new initiatives included in the 10-year plans of both paramedics and transit, among other initiatives. Secondly, investments in critical frontline core service areas, including paramedics and transit and housing and homelessness supports, which will be addressed in the next slide. The third driver, as I said, is the impact of Bill 23, currently estimated at $912 million over the forecast period. And the fourth driver is strategic investment pressures for DRPS and the region's strategic plan and implementation of the Corporate Climate Action Plan, which Nancy will address in coming slides. Lastly, there are a number of provincial and federal funding impacts and legislative and regulatory changes impacting many of our health and social services programs, police, and conservation authorities. Next slide, please. Housing and homelessness supports are at the forefront of identified needs in the community. Due to the significance of this issue, Council has approved 2 items of significant note that are incorporated into the 2024 budget guideline, including 10 outreach workers and the establishment of a housing redevelopment office looking at the renewal of our local housing infrastructure. In response to critical needs, 1635 Dundas Street has been acquired, and initial operating costs will need to be provided for in the 2024 budget as services begin to be phased in at this location. Final operating costs for Beaverton Supportive Housing, based on an RFP award, has been incorporated into the proposed guideline for 2024. Lastly, there is significant consultation underway or pending for Durham Region's local housing company, redevelopment, and for the former Ritson School, along with considering enhancements at the At Home in Durham incentive program. The recommended guideline includes an incremental investment of 2% for 2024 on the overall regional levy for transit service, consistent with the transit-approved 10-year strategy. As well, the paramedic strategy with a net result of project, I'll go back to the beginning of that sentence. As well, the paramedic strategy with a net result projected property tax levy increase of for 2024 of 0.53% has been provided for within the proposed guideline. As I mentioned, climate change remains a priority, but it permeates everything that we do, so you will see it embedded in departmental budgets. And additionally, a review process for organizational effectiveness is underway and is being proposed to continue through 2024. At present, our focus is on the Works Department, given the pressure that our growth targets are placing on that department. Other critical work that we'll be looking at as part of this process is implementation of the equity audit, completion of Service Durham, where we'll be bringing more of our local municipalities into the 311 system, and cyber security as a priority, I think, of all orders of government. So with that, I will turn it over to Nancy, who will get into some of the details.
Thanks, Elaine. As you see, diligently on their budget over the last several months. The most recent budget document that we have reflects a total 2024 budget pressures of just shy of 24 million, which is a 9% increase from the prior year. So this included DRPS estimates of base pressures of just shy of 13 million and new investments in strategic priorities of approximately 11 million. That translates to a 2.93% regional levy increase. And as mentioned, they are present today, and I think work has been continuing on their budget since these numbers. Council has requested a scenario of a 2% regional levy increase impact, and that represents a total budget of 264 million rounding, or 6.6% over 2023. So DRPS's response to how they would achieve that's included as a confidential attachment to the report. And this remains the recommendation to FNA today, as Elaine had mentioned. So as mentioned previously, and this is really a challenge for us each year as we work our way through these, I've mentioned for the last couple of years that we are now approaching the time where we are going to be entering into significant more debt and utilizing a significantly higher amount of reserves and reserve funds. So in order to achieve the 2024 guideline, debenture financing will need to be strategically used for one-time significant capital items and adequate and to cover off for shortfalls in reserves and reserve fund financing. So the table here illustrates the updated debenture projected requirements at 1.2 billion. This does not include some adjustments for the DRHC Deep Energy retrofit that was approved last cycle, and it also will increase as a result of Bill 23 and additional capital priorities requiring debenture financing, such as the various housing and homelessness investments that Elaine referred to, an expanded DRPS capital program based on recently approved changes, potential implications of the Go East extension, and transit-oriented development requirements. So we have updated our debenture financing projections for the water supply and the other budget you see before you today, and then we'll be updating our final projection of debt and reserve funds for our 2024 budget that comes due in March. And just as a note, for reserve and reserve fund financing for this year budget, at this point we've increased it by 75 million usage over last year, which translates to 312 million, and we'll continue to review options there to accomplish the final guideline that committee establishes. Next slide, please. So it has become, and we've had a number of discussions about this, more apparent than ever that fiscal sustainability of municipal governments is severely challenged. So this is a new slide that we wanted to bring forward to you that reflects the increasing pressures on the property tax base for social services and health programs that are related to programs of broad social benefit. So in 2023, 26.9% of the regional property tax levy funded these types of programs. And what's important to note here is that the impact of these costs has significantly increased over the last 5 years. Since 2019, the property tax support to these programs has increased by 54 million, or 32.4%. And this is startling and projected to incrementally increase in the coming years and supports a major impetus currently underway by AMO and FCM to advocate for a new funding framework. So recommendation H in the report is a critical step forward, and as discussed, the Region of Durham is participating wherever possible to support this work. To close, the 2024 revised property tax guideline recommendation proposes a 2024 property tax increase impact cap of 6% on the regional levy side, including external agencies, with a further 2024 increase impact for DRPS of 2%. This total of 8%, as Elaine mentioned, on the bill, as we represent about 52% of the bill, is a 4.2% increase on the total bill and about $247 annually. One of the things that I wanted to mention here is we had held off. As you know, you had sent us back in September and we said we needed till now. We had hoped that we would have some good news on some funding. Unfortunately, so far, all we have received is bad news. So as our Commissioner of Social Services had noted in a CIP report 2 weeks ago, we're actually losing housing and homelessness funding through the Reaching Home. Our assessment growth numbers have come in and it's actually less than what we had identified in our objective for September. So those are some things to note that are creating some of these additional pressures, and that's why on the regional side the 6% is before you. So while this isn't final budget approval, committee can see the challenges being faced with this funding composition, and we will make all efforts to address service demands within the overall guideline. And I think, as Elaine may reinforce, we're hoping from you today not necessarily a look at Schedule 1 and 2 and going through all of these. We're hoping that based on all the information you're provided, you can give us some guidance on as far as you can possibly go with respect to a budget guideline close to that 6 and 2, and send us back to try to figure out how to accomplish it while preserving critical functions as much as possible. And I'll let Elaine close, as she may reinforce that message.
Thank you, Nancy. So this presentation, the guideline report and its attachments highlight the significant financial pressures facing the region for 2024. In addition to these pressures, there are many other departments feeling particular pressures that will be outlined in greater detail in the actual budget report planned for March of next year. A very difficult message to communicate is that these pressures are not just requiring a one-year incremental increase with a return to traditional levy increases, along with the continued incremental funding that will be tied to paramedics, transit, DRPS. Council has approved the construction of the 5th regional operated long-term care facility in Seaton. The regional incremental operating cost required for this facility is projected to require an overall tax levy increase of between 3 and 4% to be phased in over the next 3 years. This includes a greater level of debenture financing. In addition, there will be financial impacts for the opening of new regionally operated childcare centres planned for 2024 and 25, and the implications of an expanded housing portfolio and support to housing providers to accomplish at-home and Durham priorities. As mentioned, the implications for financing shortfalls stemming from Bill 23 are soon to be felt as the capital projects come on stream. Staff will pursue all opportunities for provincial-federal partnerships to offset as much capital and operating impacts as possible. This concludes our formal presentation, but before I turn it over to the chair for questions, I do want to thank Nancy and Nicole and all of the staff. This has been a very challenging budget season, I think, as everybody knows, and I really thank them for all of the work that they have done to look at what our options are going forward. So thank you very much, and over to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Elaine and Nancy. Do I have questions of the delegation? Request, please. Over to you, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair Mayor Ash. Okay, appreciate the presentation there today, saw some of the challenges. So if we're increasing our debt drawdown reserves to about $312 million next year to try and offset some of the capital plans, what will our total reserves be at that point?
So through the chair, I don't have that projection for you today. I don't have it even split between reserves and reserve funds for DCs and non-DCs. I will get back to you on that. What I will say is that when you look at our capital projections, especially the front-end loaded projects, we are looking at essentially draining a number of ones that we have typically relied on for flexibility, and we will be continuing to look at trying to increase that to 312, even higher, particularly depending on what council wishes to do today. We're going to have to get very creative with trying to find more one-time items that are within the budget that we can try to fund through reserves and reserve funds. So I don't have that. That's an item I'll have for you for budget itself.
Okay.
But I can assure you that there's significant draws, and we'll continue to look at where we can increase that even more.
No, fair. So what are our total reserves today? They're around 2.1 billion?
They're around 2.1 billion, but that includes, again, all those development charges ones, which, as you know, are restricted, right?
Yeah, okay, so no, fair enough. So it's in theory around 1.8, but we don't know the total. So I appreciate that. The debt financing charge, so it looks like we're only borrowing about, was it 40 million in the upcoming year, and then it's going to increase from there, if I remember on the chart?
So through the chair, yes, because our capital program, and Works will get into this when they talk about the water sewer. Our capital program, we've had to move a bunch of things forward, and that'll happen on our operating side, on our main budget side as well as water sewer. But a lot of asset management type works have to happen in the year 1 and 2 to prepare for the big monies that need to be expended in the next couple of years. So it's the first 5 years is very heavy, but 2024 is a preparatory year, if I can say it that way, for a lot of those massive capital projects.
Okay, no, that's fine. So, and I appreciate that. So, part of the thing, so at the current, what's projected in the report, so the 2% and 6%. So, are we still able to implement all of the capital plans for transit, paramedics, and housing within that 6%?
So through the chair, and Elaine may wish to comment as well, our initial guideline covered off all of those items. The 6%, we are trying very hard to figure out as many options as we can to still accommodate those. It is still going to be a very significant challenge. So as you saw in the attachments to the report, to get down by that 1 and 2, there's a lot of things in there. And one of the things that's in there, and we say this in the report, more than we want, is transit. So what we would like to do is have that, I'll call it an upper ceiling from committee, and then we will go back and continue to slice and dice and shake things around, go back through line by line. We will try to find other things that we can perhaps put off for a year or two and try to accommodate those critical priorities. And that's why we structured the presentation this way, so that you're aware that we are very clear on what the priorities are. We will be very challenged to do it at 6, but we are hopeful to try to accomplish that and still have those significant items in.
Yeah, and then supplementary to that, if I can, through you, is that, again, looking at the environment, like when we made those decisions to support all those programs was years ago when we expected to be around, 5% a year for the term. Now we're in a different environment. Can we not revisit those priorities and maybe extend them over a longer time frame to adjust some amounts and potentially bring the target down further?
So through the chair, certainly council can, and this committee can always decide their priorities of how they wish to see them. Some of them, though, keep in mind, are embedded with other factors. So transit, for example, is very tied into federal funding and other opportunities. So if we put off doing those programs to any significant amount at all, then we're also losing significant dollars that may never be on the table in the future. So those are the risks, and that's the same with what we're trying to accomplish with housing. There is a lot of, I'll say, noise around capital assistance for major housing. If we don't proceed and get those opportunities into play, we won't be shovel ready to take advantage of those. So every issue we look at is conflicting. The same climate change, the COP28 is happening as we speak, and this has been the warmest year on record. So again, we don't want to give up on any of those things. We're just very, very challenged to try to at least keep some of them moving forward in a healthy and viable way. I don't know if Elaine, I've missed anything you'd like to add.
I think that was a great answer, Nancy. The other thing I will say is with respect to the housing portfolio, council will remember that we did a tour of some of the local housing company assets during orientation. We're in the process with Infrastructure Ontario of developing a business plan for the badly needed revitalization, and that will come back to you in 2024. So as Nancy said, with respect to large housing initiatives other than 1635, Beaverton, and some of the other work we're doing. Next year will be a preparatory year, but after that, significant investment will be required. And the only other thing that I will point out is we've talked for many years and succeeded in achieving the Go East extension, and it's really critical that we expand and modernize our transit in preparation for that, so that as we develop those new communities, those transit-oriented communities, we have our transit there to link in with the Go Transit and a consistent, solid system. Thank you.
No, and I appreciate that. I guess if we're saying 2% dedicated to the transit, which would be what, about $14-15 million in this budget that would go to that permanently?
So through the chair, 2% is about 16.4 million.
Okay, so 8.2 each. Okay, so 16.4. So that's that piece. And then, but if you're talking about capital plans and access to federal funding, like that's mostly on the purchases of the things. Like, do we not have enough money in reserves? We can leverage of that. If we go from 2.1 billion to 1.8 billion, can we not leverage the reserves on that piece and not have as much operational increase in the tax base?
So through the chair, when we're looking at the housing and homelessness and the Go East, for example, as I mentioned, those aren't even included in the 1.2 billion debt that we're looking at needing to float. So you're going to see recommendations in 2024 to advance projects that will require multi-million dollars of increased debt. And that debt also has to be paid for on the operating side. So the more reserve funds I can use to reduce that debt, that's where we have the savings on the operating side going forward. So if and don't get me wrong, as I've said, I'll maximize whatever I can for 2024, but I need to make sure that I'm looking at that next couple of years after that, where if we're borrowing, and I'll say tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions more than the 1.2 billion, the more that I can use reserve funds for, the less the debt repayment is that would hit the tax base in the 2025 and 2026. So it's a huge balancing act to try to move all of these things forward. That's why I'm being aggressive, I'll say to you, on reserve funds as it is, to hike it up by another 75 million from last year. And we will continue to try. Literally, that's going to be one of the avenues to get down to a 6, because we're not at 6. But to get us down to a 6, I'm going to have to leverage more of those reserve funds.
Yeah, because they just, again, and I appreciate fundamentally my view is that we should do everything we can to use even more reserves so that it's a less of a financial impact on the taxpayer, right? Like if we still have 1.8 billion in reserves, if we take off 300 million, and then we're still asking for, and then what was the assessment again? So if we have 8% increase in the budget, and then how much was assessment again? Was it 2? 2.2. So this is still a 10.2% increase on the tax base is what we're proposing, because we got 8% for the tax and 2.2 in assessment. So the tax piece is going up 10.2%.
So if I may, I want to be very careful here. I don't want the public to misconstrue inadvertently. The assessment growth isn't a tax increase across.
It's
so
a revenue for
additional
us
tax
increase.
revenue, but it's not a budgetary tax increase. I just
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
want.
I'm not worried about that.
It's very confusing for those that listen to us here, and I get questions after to say, what did that mean? So I just want to clarify. You're right. The base funding from tax levy is coming up because of assessment growth. Not as much as we were projecting, though.
No, and I get that. I guess just think this, us as an organization, our revenue is increasing 10.2%, and we're still saying we can't meet all these different targets. Like, it still seems to me that, a 10.2% increase on anybody's budget in a 12-month period is significant. So I just have a really hard time with even the budget guideline that's proposed right here. So that's why I asked that question. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I have a list here. All right, I'll go to the members first. Chair Henry.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Ash. Just to skip ahead, for some latitude to my next comments, if you turn to page 34 of the report, and if you go to 9.4, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Big City Mayors are calling on a new framework to raise municipal revenue, and it talks about Canada's population recently surpassed 40 million. Yet local governments only receive 8 to 10 cents of every tax dollar collected. So, Chair, if you were to look at the monies, and we should be supporting our Ukrainian and Afghan allies who have left their countries because of the conflicts to come here, we were always under the assumption that the federal government would make us whole, and they haven't. And I believe, Madam Treasurer, the amount would be on this year's budget is about 0.5% and 0.5% next year.
In round numbers, that's about correct. Perhaps a bit more in 2024, because we really don't know what's going to happen. We've approved to a certain date, but that won't be sufficient. So I think it was 6 million we approved at a committee last month, but that was only to get us just to pass the budget timeframe, and the budget, in theory, will need to address what next steps council would wish to see there.
So for interest, let's just use 0.5%. Okay. The difference between the funding received from both levels of government and the costs related to managing mental health addictions and homelessness for us, I think it's around $40 million. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I couldn't confirm. Usually your numbers are correct, but I haven't sliced up the math that way.
So let's use $40 million. So if 1% on our tax roll is $8 million, that would be 5%. That would be 5.5%. I know our friends and the chair from the Police Services Board here, Mayor Crawford, or Mayor Collier's here.
Easy,
Sorry.
easy.
Mayor, and I apologize. It's been a long night already. On the police budget, recidivism is a huge cost, and I don't want to put a number to it, but I believe that cost alone would be equal to, when you add the figures that I've given you, just those 3 items, to our entire tax increase. All items that are out of our control, all items that have been mandated by other levels of government. Of course, you can remember the comments from the Prime Minister saying that housing is a municipal issue. This is wrong. All the things that this council has done and the previous councils before us to advance our region with long-term strategic planning is the right thing to do. But now you have things that are not in our control that are adding to our budget, including your presentation this morning. Members of Council, I gave you 3 items this morning that makes our budget 0. 3. All not part of our responsibilities. And yet, we have no control over the decisions being made. So, Chair, I'll ask you the question. How do we, and I'm going to say that I'm just one of many chairs and mayors and members of council that are speaking on this issue, get our other levels of government. Forget Bill 23. Forget Bill 134. There are other bills that add to this budget. We've done a good job to get to where we are. How do we get the federal government to understand that the decisions they're making, and the provincial government, are affecting us in ways that property taxes were never meant to support? It's a rant, it's a question. I gave you some answers. But when you look at this is wrong. And it's out of our control. We'll be able to do some things with our budget, but I just wanted members of council to realize that this has got to change. And I don't know how to do that other than continue to put our voices out there, but we're not being heard.
I'll just remind councillors, we are in questions. A very important discussion about the need for upper levels of government to acknowledge their policymaking impacting the taxpayer that has the least ability to pay, and the need to have a new fiscal arrangement between upper levels of government. So I'm going to go to the next speaker who is on the committee, and that would be Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. My question is more regarding timeline. So if this committee provides, an upper limit to the finance department, when will this come back, in January or February? We'll have a final tax number?
So through the chair, if a guideline is approved today and ratified at council, we will be bringing the budget back in its entirety in March.
Okay, and at that point, we'll have a final number.
Yes, absolutely. You'll be approving the entire thing at that point in time.
So through the chair then to, I guess, either the chair or the chair, it's mentioned that, Toronto was able to, will get a private deal, for lack of a better phrase, with the province. I was wondering if the province had made any overtures to the region to discuss any kind of private funding agreement. Do we have an Ontario place that we can give them so we can get some money?
No, they have not, although I can say that the 905 regions and single-tier municipalities have all raised the issue that we share similar pressures to Toronto. AMO and FCM are now looking at municipal financial sustainability, and as I mentioned, I can't remember what meeting it was last week, we're fortunate enough that Nancy is on the committee looking at that and coming forward with a report. So it is something top of mind. I think it's safe to say that the province has heard us at the deputy minister level, but in terms of what actions we're expecting, we haven't heard a thing.
Because I think ultimately my comment would just be, unlike the federal examples the chair gave, where we made an assumption. In this case, the province literally used the words, "We will make municipalities whole," and we already have an outlined 0.5% increase regarding Bill 23. I very much would like to see us be made whole on the 0.5%. Thank you, Chair.
I think you misunderstood. I think they said there'd be a hole in your budget. Yeah. Mayor Schumer, you're next on my list from committee members. I do have other guests that wanted to offer some comments too. So over to you, Mr. Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, just to staff, I'd just like to confirm you mentioned it on one of the first few slides. I think it was maybe slide 3. You indicated a certain percentage if we kind of held our own. I think those might not have been your words, but there was a percentage given that if we kind of just held our own with no new initiatives.
So through the chair, that's correct. That was presented in Elaine's part of the presentation. So we are, if we, and I'll say these words clearly, did absolutely nothing, it's 4.86%, and then we would apply assessment growth. So that does not include DRPS at all, and that would strip out everything that we've talked about. So just to be very clear on that, I don't know if Elaine, you want to add to that, but it's 4.86 less assessment growth estimates. So that would put us to 3.25, generally speaking.
The only thing I would add is, as Nancy said, this is a critical year in preparing for major infrastructure expansion that's required, regardless of provincial regulations and growth targets. With respect to files like housing, it's critically important that we do that prep work because, as you know, federal funding, for example, with names like the Housing Accelerator Fund or the Rapid Housing Initiative, they really want shovel-ready projects. And we need to ensure that we are shovel-ready if we're going to access those funding for key projects, including Dundas Street and our social housing revitalization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Oak Valley Hospital funding, I think it's about 10 million. That is 100% coming from a dedicated reserve, correct?
Through the chair, built into the tax base, and my apologies, I'm looking at the picture I see of you, if I'm looking oddly. Built into the tax base is 6.2 million to go towards this program. So the Oak Valley, it goes into a reserve fund, and so that 10 million would be funded from that reserve fund, but there is 6.2 million in the base that goes in that reserve fund to be able to afford the commitments that council makes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll leave that for now because obviously we got a little bit of contradiction where we're saying we're not going to do that anymore, put a moratorium on it, but yet we are. Slide 4 of the presentation, just as I scroll to it myself, has a number of items in there, particularly in the top with the housing and homelessness file. So just to confirm, those amounts that are in brackets are the new operating impacts for the budget. They are not incremental above what we've already been told.
Through the chair, that's correct. That's the cost that we know today, and where there's blanks, we're still working on it. But yes, those are the costs that we know today for the operating impacts.
Okay. And 1635, I mean, do we have any kind of idea? Because I'm just thinking that, we're going to find some savings and then all of a sudden it gets gobbled up by the operating cost for 1635. Are we nowhere close to coming up with some kind of ballpark number, as Councillor Leahy would use the term, for coming up with some kind of idea on where the operating cost for that initiative is?
So perhaps I will refer to Stella. I'll say a sentence or two first, but I think we are also trying to find, because it's a brand new program, perhaps there's also some funding that we could now be eligible for because it's something new. But I will refer the question to our commissioner.
Thank you. Through the chair, we, as you know, the operating costs for the shelter are at 2.5, approximately 2.5 million whenever we get that started. The rest of the building, we are going to be going through an engagement. We're going to have a consultant help us identify the functional needs of the rest of the building and put a plan together that we could bring to council. We also need to, we've committed to bringing this back to the community, probably the Community Liaison Committee, for further input. And we are currently working with some of our health care providers in the community. They've come to us and are looking for a space for some of the work that they are doing, and that will require an agreement as well. So funding will come our way at some point for some of these projects as well.
Okay, but is the goal that by the time we've got a budget to approve, that these costs and maybe potential revenue sources will in fact be in the budget, or are we looking at some kind of report coming to us, throughout the year saying, okay, here it is, now we got to find money for it?
So through the chair, our goal would be to have the shelter costs included in the budget, the development of the rest of the facility and what it may contain. I believe at the last meeting, they committed to at the end of first quarter or April, May, and then a report back by the end of the year. So it would be the 2025 budget that would layer in what we can't find funding for the rest. And it may be phased over more than 1 year as well, depending on how the evolution is determined on the facility.
Okay, thank you. It's been mentioned, as far as climate initiatives being peppered throughout the budget, and of course the pressures on transit and obviously works. But as I've said before, there's a lot of times we're conflicting here between transit and works projects. We do works projects to promote vehicle use, and yet we have transit to promote people getting out of vehicles and into it. I'm just wondering if staff in any way are looking at potential trade-offs between works projects and transit, given that in some ways, like I said, there's a conflict between the two.
So through the chair, and perhaps our commissioner works will smile when I say this, I recall a former commissioner actually speaking to that to say that the ultimate goal would be that the expanded lanes that you're putting in now for cars would then transition to bus lanes down the road. So there is behind the scenes amongst the staff a great deal of discussion around having to develop both for now, because you have to get your transit plan in place so that you can service people to get them out of cars, and you have to deal with the road congestion in the meantime. But absolutely, those discussions are very pertinent and very ongoing with respect to what does that longer term picture look like, because that would, if we're successful on the transit side, then you're absolutely correct, we wouldn't be broadening roads even further, but we would be transferring them perhaps to bus lanes and pullovers and charging stations and all that sort of thing. So the future looks good there once we get to that stage of being able to make those kinds of transitions. And my apologies, I don't know whether Works or Transit would like to add any comments there.
Perhaps not. Okay. I would suggest that perhaps that conversation needs to be sped up because, I think the future is where we are actually right now. So I guess the last thing I've got is a follow-up to Chair Henry's rant, I guess that he called it. I'm not sure how much the voices are working anymore. Voices have been at higher levels of government for years, if not decades. And it seems with every government that comes in, whether it's provincial or federal, they don't pay much attention to the voices. And, they just continue to either directly or indirectly download costs onto municipalities. So, as ugly as it could be, perhaps we've got to start looking at levels of service in some respects. And when the public has an outcry, well, then it's the responsibility of those other levels of government who are not stepping up. They're not coming to the table. They're probably not even answering most of our voice requests. So, it might be the one way that they will pay attention. I think it's been mentioned by other councillors before that one sure way to get their attention is through, support, public opinion, and nothing quite affects public opinion, like reductions and limitations in service. So as ugly as it sounds, I think we might have to be going there because they're not listening to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I know we're going to get to the report very shortly, so I want to keep it to questions of delegation. I do have a couple of members of committee before our guests. Councillor Wu.
Yeah, and thank you through the chair. Directed this to the Commissioner of Finance. On one of the slides you had that with the Durham Region and DRPS property tax guideline at 8%, we'd be looking at a budgetary increase of $247. Now, what would it have been, and I know I did see it somewhere, what would that have been at 9.75?
Through the chair, I'm going from memory, I think it was $301 or something like that.
Right. And I think we scaled it down. There was another one that you also had. If we reduced everything by 1%, was it?
Through the chair, 1% is 8.2 million that would have to come off. And Nicole's just looking for me on what the actual dollar value for 1% on an annual average home is. I suppose we could take the 271 and divide by 8, but and perhaps Councillor Wu, while she's looking for that, it's about $30.
Okay. No, the only reason I asked, because again, we're looking here at a go forward with a guideline, and whether it stays at 8% or changes, we know we're fluctuating between 247 and 301. Is that correct?
Through the chair, based on what was proposed in September and today, yes.
Okay. And I do go back to what Councillor Lee did say about the province making us supposedly whole, or as Chair Ash would say, put us in the hole. Now, this being put in the hole, what does that actually mean? Is it dollar for dollar? Or there's, I guess it's tied into the housing pledge, is it?
So through the chair, and we will talk about this a little bit more in detail as well in the water sewer budget, because it's hitting there faster and it will hit us obviously in the main budget. So for Bill 23, that's the biggest impact that we're wrestling with, although there are other provincial legislation. And as we were chatting yesterday in Works Committee, essentially what I had said is that there's a lot of little things. There's two big picture things for Bill 23 that affects us. The one side is the capital program, so having to advance capital works in order to meet the targets to have the infrastructure in the ground. So there's a lot in there in the capital expenditure side. And then the second component is the revenue shortfalls. And so that's the phase-ins and discounts and exemptions. So we have two different components that are impacting us from Bill 23 and Bill 134. And certainly in my discussions, if council is really struggling, which I know we all are, it's the financing side of the Bill 23 that perhaps we can discuss. I really don't want to affect our growth capital programs because they are not just for housing targets, because we always had growth and we have official plan documents. So separating out on the capital program side which piece is clearly a Bill 23 project is not as easy as it sounds, but we have to have had to advance projects and all those kinds of things. So if we're going to look at any kind of movement, it's the risk tolerance side, and we can speak to that in the presentation on the water sewer budget. There's some phrasing around risk tolerance that I can touch base with you on that may give you some scenarios as food for thought.
Thank you. And my last and next question would be to the CAO, Elaine. I've been sort of peeking in at what other areas, other regions are doing, which are around the GTA. And the theme does come about Bill 23. In your conversations with the other CAOs, what is their strategy to deal with this? Or is it the same as ours? Is certainly advocacy, trying to band together as one and trying to be that effective voice to see how this is impacting and hurting our areas, our regions, and our taxpayers.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. The CAOs and groups like Marco and Ontario Big City Mayors are very engaged in this discussion, and including talking to provincial officials about the impact, especially of the development charge fees in and exemptions on our operating budget. And as you heard, it's 800 or so million for the region. With respect to how different regions are financially managing it, some are trying to address that. I'm going to turn it over to Nancy and Nicole because they have done a bit of a scan. Others are, to put it quite frankly, kicking it down the road, which will leave them an even greater pressure next year. But I'll ask Nancy and Nicole to comment on that.
So through the chair, the only thing I might add is that it's a bit more acute for the region of Durham because, as you recall, we had to renew our bylaw for July 1, and Elaine and I did lobby the province to say, can you help us out and give us some transitional rules so that we wouldn't be hit day one? So the others are planning for it for when their DC bylaws come up for renewal, but we are already in that boat. So we've been losing money since July 1st, 2023. So that's why the others have a bit more flexibility because they're modeling what's going to happen, but they're not already in it to the same extent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just a question for clarification so I understand exactly what's on the table. Right now, we're looking at a budget increase for the region, for the region of Durham in terms of 6% for us. Is that correct?
Plus, please.
That's correct, excluding police. So police would be an additional 2 for an all-in of 8.
Okay, so our budget increase is 6% and DRPS's budget increase is 2%.
That's what we're recommending. DRPS may have challenges with that, but that's what's being recommended to committee.
So our budget increase is 3 times the amount that the DRPS budget increase is.
That's correct, but our base budget is quite significantly larger on the regional side for all of the regional programs and services versus the net cost of the police budget. Now, their pressures and drivers, of course, are different and unique compared to what we're facing.
Councillor, the police budget is going up under the recommendation by 6.6%. It means 2% on the tax rate.
Oh, so it's not a 2% increase on the police budget?
It's 6.6.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is just in terms of the rant that Chair Henry likes to repeat, sorry. We constantly hear that we're funding initiatives that are not borne by us. My question is if this is budgetary on us and it's onerous, why do we keep bringing these forward to be funded? Through you, Mr. Chair.
I think the first thing I'll say is the primary area that you're probably referring to is housing and homelessness. We are creatures of the province and we are the service system manager for housing and homelessness. So we do have certain responsibilities there under legislation. They are cost shared responsibilities, however, and we have definitely been picking up more of our share of the costs in recent years. But we do have a responsibility there, and those kinds of services are generally better delivered at the local or regional level. I was going to say something else and it flew out my head. With respect to other services, it would be service level discussions, but it's often cost shared. So for example, in public health, for every dollar we cut, we would lose 3 provincial dollars. So we have to be careful to maintain our cost sharing ratio. Areas such as refugee and asylum seekers, the mental health and opioid crisis that the chair has recommended, that's definitely over and above our role as service system manager, and that is very definitely adding pressure to our budget. It's the focus of our advocacy. it's a decision for council in terms of how much we invest in those programs, but it is embedded in our homeless population. So it's very difficult to draw the line and say we can't help you because you have an addiction issue versus simply being homeless. The reality is it's very mixed into the community. It's difficult to separate it out, but we absolutely need to continue the advocacy campaign. And it's really up to council to opine on what the service level should be on those areas. I hope that answers your question.
It does. It makes it difficult when Chair Henry outlines what could possibly be a 0% increase versus 8% increase. And I'm sure that the same pressures that we're feeling on the region side, as well, DRPS is certainly feeling on their side. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. I want to pass it over to Mayor Collier, but before I do, Mayor, on behalf of the Finance and Administration Committee, I want to offer our condolences on the passing of your mother. I know a number of us have probably reached out to you, but thank you for being here. I know it's a difficult time for you, so our thoughts are with you.
Thank you for that, Mayor Ash. Just trying to keep busy. I'll try and keep it to questions. So the recommendation, and I'm going to focus on the DRPS budget. I'll have my DRPS chair hat on today. The recommendation of 6.6%, and I got to be very careful not to talk about the confidential report in much detail, and we might have to go in camera for some of my questions, so I will be careful of that. But just a report was provided, and 6.26% is just key base pressures for the DRPS budget. I guess you're aware of that. That's just keep the lights on. That's doing nothing, maintaining, no change whatsoever, 6.26. And the recommendation is 6.6. I guess my question is, how on earth would Regional Council expect Durham Regional Police Service to keep up with changes in policing and growth in the region of Durham?
I think that's probably more of a debate than a question, but I understand your position, Mayor. But if there's questions of the delegate, we're going to get to the report in regards to debate at some point, but I understand what you're trying to get at.
Okay, fair enough. On September 27th, this committee passed a motion that Durham Regional Police Service Board be requested to provide a scenario of an overall budgetary property tax impact of 2%, which is what the recommendation is today. That report is in the confidential information. I'll speak generally to it. In that report, it talks about the services that are going to need to be reduced to meet this recommendation from the treasurer to the finance committee today for the finance committee to potentially approve and pass on to regional council. This would include things like reductions in traffic enforcement, ride programs, school liaison officers, community resource teams, which do security in downtown Oshawa and places that tie into some of the things that the CAO talked about that are also not regional responsibilities, like the refugees and the homelessness and the opioid and the mental health crises and things like this.
Mayor, you have to get to questions.
I'm here. Were those considered as part of this recommendation that you're bringing forward to the committee today of 2%?
So if I may, through the chair, our huge challenge is exactly what you've expressed, and by no means am I, as treasurer, suggesting that that I have any authority over the decisions and choices that this committee would make for council. One of our challenges is that even at the 6 on the regional side, you've heard us say that we can't accomplish all of these things either. So we're back at the drawing board at whatever number is here today as well, to go through that same exercise of what other things have to come out, which could be critical things in order to get that. So it's simply an acknowledgement of the sheer challenge of dollar value that this committee is facing. I am entirely at the will of this committee and council over what their recommendations ultimately will be for DRPS, and quite sympathetic to the challenges. And as we've mentioned a couple of times in the report as well, that we are very understanding that legislation is having particularly worse impacts for DRPS going forward with the new regulations that you're facing. So we do understand that you are also challenged by what's coming down the pipe as well in very short order, and that affects the decisions that board will struggle with. So I have all sympathy for you. It's not anything other than recognizing the challenges that this committee is trying to wrestle with, that number came forward. We are entirely at the will of Finance and Admin on how to decide what to grapple with on both sides.
But you are the treasurer, and this is your recommendation. So I'm an accountant, but many of the other people here may not be, and are going to weigh heavily on your recommendation. And that is my concern, because these things do need to be considered. So I will be bringing them up again, perhaps in camera. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, I don't actually really have a question, but it is about sewer and water. So do you want me to hold on?
We're getting a presentation on sewer and water immediately following your question. But if it's on sewer and water, we're going to have the presentation on sewer and water right now.
Okay, I kind of thought it was all mushed together, but I do see that it's separated in here, so I can wait.
Okay,
I can
thank you.
wait. Yeah.
As we close this presentation, I do want to indicate that Councillor Chapman told me that Oshawa has approved their budget at 3.8. Clarington, I understand, is at 4.1. Pickering's budget my budget will be 3.99. So up to council to change that. I'm not sure where Ajax is or where Whitby's at. Okay, that concludes the first presentation. We're going to move on to Nicole, Mike, and Nancy in regards to the business plans for the sewer and water and sewer.
Good morning, Chair Ash, Chair Henry, members of Finance and Administration Committee, council staff, and members of the public. Before I get started with the presentation this morning, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the staff teams that have worked tirelessly to deliver the proposed water and sewer business plans and budgets and user rate report before you today. As you've heard during Nancy and Elaine's first presentation, as well as through this presentation, 2024 is a challenging year. And I'd like to thank the Works team led by Commissioner Jagannatha, Directors Mike Hubble and Christine Dunkley, the Utility Finance team led by Director Chanel Che and Manager John Siciliano, my team including Morgan Flanagan, Christian Timperley, Tom Parker, Sabrina Singh, Michelle Barbozo, and Andrew Rismer for their dedication, strategic thinking, creativity, and efforts to produce the documents before you today. Lastly, I'd also like to thank Commissioner Taylor and CAO Baxter Taher for their strong leadership, support, and contributions. This presentation provides an overview of the highlights of both the 2024 proposed business plans and budgets and 9-year capital forecast for the water and sanitary sewer systems, as well as the water and sanitary sewer user rates. Those are reports 2023 F36 and 2023 F37. Both of these reports are before you today for deliberation, and they're interconnected reports. So any material changes or changes to projects or the activities within the water and sewer budget would likely have an implication on the user rates that are proposed as well. So Mike Hubble, the Director of Environmental Services, and Commissioner Taylor will join me today to provide a summary of the proposed 2024 water and sanitary sewer user rates, as well as an overview of the 2024 budget for water and sanitary sewer, including the capital plan and the 9-year forecast. So I'll start by providing an overview and some background on the 2024 water and sanitary sewer rates. So as shown on the left-hand portion of the slide here, there's three main budgets that combine together to form the consolidated water and sanitary sewer budget. That's the Works Water Supply and Sanitary Sewerage budget, the Utility Finance budget, and then the corporate budget for water and sewer. And the water and sewer adheres to the region's policy that property taxes are not used to fund water and sewer. They're funded from water and sewer user rates, as well as you'll see later in the presentation from development charges, reserves and reserve funds, and debenture proceeds, as well as other fees and charges specific to water and sewer services. In calculating the rates, we also look at customer and consumption. For customers, we're projecting growth of 1.1% in our water customers and 1.05% in our sewer customers. This is slightly higher than what we've seen in previous years, but is indicative of what we saw in 2023 with respect to customer growth. From a consumption perspective, the 2024 proposed rates are based on the assumption of residential consumption of 233 cubic meters per customer per year. And this is comprised of two components: base consumption of 220 cubic meters per customer per year, as well as seasonal consumption of 13 cubic meters per customer per year. The 13 cubic meters is based on a 10-year historic average, and that's consistent with what was budgeted last year. The base consumption of 220 is lower than what we had budgeted last year. Last year we budgeted 227, and it is also slightly lower than what we're projecting for 2023, which was 231 cubic meters. So it's difficult to predict consumption given the significant variability that we've seen since 2020. It has been significantly impacted on the residential side by the pandemic. So we've taken what we're projecting with the 220 base consumption is aligned with pre-pandemic levels, and it's a fairly aggressive consumption forecast, I would say. And should what we experience be lower than what is projected, any shortfalls would need to be funded from the rate stabilization reserve funds. From a non-residential consumption, so the ICI sector, it's the opposite story. We're seeing consumption increase, in some cases significantly from last year. So for the first block rates, we're seeing consumption increase 3.3% on the water and 5.9% on the sewer. Second block is fairly consistent with 1.5% increase on water and 1.8% on sewer. The largest impact is on the third block. It's also the smallest piece when you look at overall consumption. And that's really driven by two of our more significant water clients, and their consumption is up significantly as a result of projection increases. And what you're seeing here recommended in terms of consumption is aligned with 2023 projected actuals. So this graph here illustrates that how those rates are calculated. So you can see we start with the consumption trends and the customer growth. And then there's because of customer growth and because of the increased consumption that's projected for the ICI that more than offsets the decline in consumption on the residential side. You can see that there's an offset to the net budgetary expenditure increase of 7.5%, as well as the initial projected impact for Bill 23 that is offsetting the actual rate impact itself. So when you look at it combined, we're looking at a combined user rate impact of 7.4%. It's 7.3% on the water side, 7.4% on the sewer side, and when you combine them, that's an overall 7.4% increase. So in terms of what that means for a typical residential customer, 7.4% will result in an increase of about $19.92 on a quarterly bill, or approximately $79.68 annually. We also every year do a comparison of the region's water and sewer rates with those of our comparator municipalities, as well as our neighboring municipalities. And you can see in the top graph, when we look at our comparator municipalities, we rank the fifth lowest amongst, there's 13 municipalities there, so amongst our 12 comparators, and we are slightly below the average as well. And on our neighboring, when we look at our neighboring municipalities, we are the lowest, as can be seen there in the graph. So I'm just going to shift now to discuss the water and sewer business plans and budgets. So in developing the proposed 2024 consolidated water supply and sanitary sewerage business plans and budgets, staff considered the 4 strategic priorities. The first one being advancing critical growth related and asset management capital infrastructure in order to support the planned growth and housing targets as well as the local municipal housing pledges. We're ensuring we respond to the significant inflationary pressures and capital cost escalations facing the region, as well as continuing to innovate and modernize our operations and administration, and ensuring that we're advancing the initiatives in our strategic plan. So this slide provides a high-level summary of the services and infrastructure that are supported through the consolidated water supply and sanitary sewerage business plans and budgets. As you can see, the 2024 budget assumes 187,204 water customers and 182,520 sanitary sewer customers. Our regional assets that support water supply and sanitary sewerage have a combined 2022 replacement value of approximately $13.44 billion. About $6.35 billion of this is for water and $7.09 billion is for sewer. And the slides highlight some of the key aspects of these assets. On the utility finance portion of the bill, it provides for the setup, billing, and collection of our customer accounts, as well as providing customer service to the users of the system. As Nancy has mentioned, we have approximately 790,000 water and sanitary sewerage payments annually, and we've responded to over 90,000 telephone inquiries and 40,000 emails annually. In terms of our accomplishments for 2023, from a service perspective, there were 19 water supply and sanitary sewerage projects that were under construction, with a total spend of approximately $82.4 million. In 2023, the partnership between the work staff, the Health Department, and Ontario Tech continued, where wastewater flows were monitored for COVID-19 and influenza to support ongoing epidemiological work. In addition, the work continued on our multi-year project to retrofit existing water meters with radio frequency remote reading devices in order to eliminate the need for manual meter reading. And lastly, Utility Finance expanded their customer enrollments in our online My Durham Water portal to 56,000 clients, which represents approximately 30% overall, and we issued 80,000 paperless e-bills. In addition, from a customer services perspective, the region of Durham was a leader with no boil water advisories in 2023, with 99.9% of our drinking water tests resulting in compliance with regulations and 99.1% of all wastewater effluent results being compliant as well. So the 2024 proposed water and sanitary sewerage business plans and budgets total $596.77 million in gross expenditures. The pie chart on the left illustrates the breakdown of those gross expenditures, with 61.2% of them for sanitary sewerage. That includes 18.7% for operations and 36% for capital. And water supply represents 38.8% of gross expenditures. 10.6% of that is operating and 24% is capital. So as you can see, capital represents the largest portion of the water and sewer budgets at approximately 60%. The pie chart on the right breaks down how we propose to finance that gross expenditure of $596 million. So the largest portion is financed from the water and sewer rates at approximately 45.4%. The other components include 17.9% for development charges, 8.6% in reserve and reserve fund financing, 7.7% from debenture proceeds, and approximately $16.6 million in revenue from the region of Durham for recovery of their portion of both the operating and the capital costs associated with the Dufferin Creek Water Pollution Control Plant. In terms of the main budget pressures facing the water and sewer budgets for 2024, we have, again, ongoing capital escalation costs and inflationary pressures, as well as annualization of positions that were approved as part of the 2023 budget and in year. And in addition to accommodating the significant base pressures, there's also a small provision for new staff positions in the Works Department to ensure sufficient resources are in place in order to achieve the provincial housing targets and the asset management capital works. The exact positions will be informed by the third-party consultant's review, which is just being completed now. In addition, there's new professional development requirements that will be ongoing for professional engineers in order to maintain their licenses. And there's a realignment of internal fleet rates to ensure full cost recovery and accurate activity costing. There's ongoing enhancements to our water billing software, asset management systems, and our business planning and budget processes and systems. And lastly, the remaining pressure is with respect to the debt servicing costs. So there was debt approved as part of the 2023 budget, which is impacting user rates by about $1.1 million in 2024 to service that debt that was approved last year. So in developing the 2024 budget, staff completed a line-by-line review and were able to identify a total of $2.1 million in operating savings that were applied against these base pressures and strategic initiatives that were outlined on this slide. So switching over to capital and the 9-year capital forecast, asset management data provides valuable information on the condition of the region's assets and their replacement values. And this information is key in the development of the region's proposed current and 9-year capital plan. And as illustrated in the slide, approximately 91.6% of our water assets and 94.6% of our sewer assets are in a condition rating of fair or better. The proposed 2024 capital budget and our 9-year forecast include numerous investments to address the water supply and sanitary sewerage infrastructure listed as poor or very poor. This slide provides a summary of the total 10-year capital plan, and it totals approximately $5.3 billion. $2.4 billion of this is for water supply and $2.9 billion is for sanitary sewerage. This is a very significant capital program for the region. It represents about a $1 billion increase over the 10-year capital plan that was included in last year's capital budget. There's two main drivers for this. One is the increasing capital cost escalations that we're seeing, but the majority of the increase, that's a small portion of it, but the majority of the increase is the result of advancing growth-related capital infrastructure and the asset management needs in order to support the projected growth required and planned for. You'll note that the capital plan is front-end loaded as well, with significant investments required in the first 5 years of the plan. So as mentioned earlier, the capital program is informed by the region's asset management planning and addresses infrastructure rehabilitation, renewal, and replacement requirements. And these are particularly critical for us as we embark on expansion of the system, because we need to ensure, as Mike will speak to, the integrity and the stability of our core system before we can undertake these expansion works. In addition, the capital program incorporates climate change mitigation and adaptation measures. Over the coming year, staff will work to incorporate the findings of the Integrated Resource Recovery Study that's just being completed now into our future capital programs. And lastly, the capital program before you allows for all capital projects that are ready for construction to proceed. So the actual budget report 2023 F36, what council is being asked to, committee and council are being asked to consider is the 2024 budget and then receive the 9-year capital forecast for information. And the appendices to our budget documents provide a detailed listing of the 2024 capital projects, as well as all those projects that are included in the 9-year forecast, 2025 to 2033. And Mike will provide an overview of the key 2024 proposed projects. So in terms of financing this capital forecast, the development charge financing is based on the achievement of the provincial growth targets. And so if growth is slower than what is anticipated through those provincial growth targets, those amount of development charges won't be received in order to be able to finance that work. So we'll have to go back and further prioritize and phase our capital program, look at additional user rate increases and additional debt financing as well. The capital plan requires the use of $51.2 million in reserve and reserve fund draws in 2024, which is an increase of approximately $30 million from 2023. The 2024 capital budget also requires $45.8 million in debenture financing for various sanitary sewer projects that are detailed in Recommendation C of the report. And a robust long-term financing plan was developed for the 9-year water supply and sanitary sewerage capital forecast, and staff will continue to review this program as part of our annual business planning and budget process, incorporating the impacts of Bill 23 as we continue to monitor what those impacts are and adjust the timing of projects and financing strategies based on the updated growth projections and current asset management needs. So the 2024 to 2032 financing plan projects the use of $1.78 billion in development charge financing, the use of approximately $708.5 million in debenture financing, and the use of $490 million in reserve and reserve fund financing. And this includes $300 million from our water and sewer rate stabilization reserve funds. With those commitments, those reserve funds will essentially be fully committed. In addition, the 2024 to 2033 capital plan requires steady annual increases in user rates to fund the non-growth related capital projects, as well as the financing aspects of Bill 23 and Bill 34. So the 2024 to 2033 capital plan includes an approximately $771.8 million in development charge shortfalls. So this is excluding the impacts of Bill 23, Bill 134, and related legislation. So these shortfalls are anticipated to be funded from a combination of user rates, water and sewer rate stabilization reserve funds, and debentures. Where we use debentures to fund these shortfalls, we repay the debt servicing costs from the incoming development charges. And when we do this, we want to make sure that we're not overcommitting what our future development charge receipts are going to be against the debt obligations from the borrowing. So what these two graphs show you here is the amount of anticipated incoming development charges that would need to be committed to fund the projected debt for growth-related capital projects. So that, as you can see, starting in about 2029 on the water supply side, approximately 23% of our annual DC receipts are projected to go towards paying for debt on the water supply side, and in the sanitary sewer side, it reaches a high of about 20%. So we'll continue to review these capital forecasted programs and the timing of our projects and the use of financing strategies in order to make sure that we have the right balance. And refinements will be based on the rates of growth, availability of DC receipts, evolving asset management needs, with a goal to balance our capital needs with the availability of reserve fund and other financing strategies to ensure affordable user rates. The next 4 slides just talk a little bit more detail about Bill 23, Bill 134, and related legislation. I know we've talked a little bit about that today with the guidelines. So this slide here just illustrates, as Nancy pointed out, there are 3 main impacts of Bill 23, Bill 134, and the related legislation for the region. The first one is with respect to the 1.5 million new homes by 2031. So the region had planned for significant growth. the housing targets, there's incremental growth that we have to accommodate as a result of these housing targets. And that's meaning that we have to advance some of our capital works in order to achieve these housing targets. So that's the one pressure. In addition to advancing the capital works, there's also additional pressure placed on staff in order to be able to deliver on a much larger and technical capital plan. And in addition, once these capital costs and this growth-related infrastructure is in place, we'll see increased operating costs in order to operate and maintain this new infrastructure going forward. The second impact of Bill 23 is the Supporting Growth and Housing in York and Durham Regions Act, which requires a shift from the Lake Simcoe wastewater solution to one that involves treatment at Duffin Creek Water Pollution Control Plant for York's wastewater. And as a result of this legislation, there's additional and advanced capital works that will be required at the Duffin Creek Water Pollution Control Plant in order to accommodate this additional and unplanned wastewater flow. And the last section and the last main impact is with respect to the financing impact regarding the changes in the Development Charges Act. And under this piece, municipalities are now required to phase in the new development charge rates. So we calculate our rates. The first year we're charging 80%. It moves up to 85%. In the second year, 90, 95. And then it goes to the full calculated rate at 100%. So there's that phase-in implication. There's also a freezing implication, which allows developers to lock in their development charge rates at the time of development application. And this is particularly critical when you layer the phasing impacts in with the freezing impacts. So as an example, if a developer was able to freeze the rates in the first year of our DC background study, they're locked in at an 80% calculated rate. And they may not, actually, without the freezing implication, they may have been developing 2 years later, which meant they would have been paying at a 90% rate as opposed to the 80% rate. In addition, there are exemptions and discounts to certain development categories, including nonprofit housing, affordable housing, secondary units, and multiple rental units. And the legislation indicates that municipalities can no longer fund certain services through development charges as well. So that includes things like social housing and studies. So previously, those would be considered DC eligible expenses that we could use DCs to fund. And they're now exempt under the legislation. So the next slide just takes those Development Charge Act implications and outlines what the estimated financial impact of those are. So as I said, the graph on this slide outlines the estimated projected foregone water supply and sanitary sewerage DC revenue until July 2033. That's resulting from those phase-ins, the freezing, the discounts, and the exemptions. So, and we choose to look at the impacts over a 10-year period as this aligns with the timing of the current background study. So the blue bar on the left indicates the total amount of the water supply and sanitary sewerage DCs that were projected to be collected if there was no required phasing, freezing, discounts, or exemptions. So we'd expect to get about $3.2 billion. So the red bars that you see in the middle, they indicate the estimated foregone DC revenue that's resulting from the phasing, the freezing, the discounts, and the exemptions. And as noted, the impact over the 10 years for water and sewer is estimated at $665 million. And then lastly, the green bar just indicates what our projected DC receipts are with the implications of the phasing, freezing, exemptions, and discounts. So I just want to mention as well, though, that there's a lot of assumptions that underpin these estimates that are before you today and the numbers. And the actual impact itself will depend on the rate of growth, the timing of the growth, and the type of the development. So as an example, if the estimated growth is lower over the course of the first 4 years and then the growth rate increases on the back end, there will be less implications for phasing and freezing. In addition, if units developed include a significant number of exempt or discounted types, the financial implication will be greater. So staff will continue to monitor the development rates and types closely and update the analysis based on our actual experience and report back as part of future business plans and budgets. And I think the main crux, I guess, I would also just point out is that $665 million that's identified in that middle section. That's the piece that has to be funded now from non-development charges, whereas before that would have been funded from development charges. So without provincial or senior government funding, this has to be made up through, in this case, user rates. So the graph on this slide, it stacks the red bars that you saw on the previous graph and maps those out over the 10 years. So as you can see, the impacts are very front-end loaded. You can see the impacts are most significant in 2024 through to 2027 when the rates are being phased in. And as I mentioned, that phase-in also significantly impacts the freezing impacts. And one other item I'd note is that not all municipalities are facing the freeze-in and phase-in implications in 2024, and I think Nancy mentioned this earlier. So only municipalities that have updated their background studies and DC bylaws since the effective date of the legislation are impacted by both the phasing and the freeze-in implications. And so because the region was early to update its development charge background study and bylaws, staff had requested assistance from the province to find a way to delay the impact until further clarity was received, but no changes were implemented from that outreach. So while the region continues to strongly advocate for provincial support both directly and through our municipal partnerships and associations, the proposed 2024 water supply and sanitary sewerage business plans and budgets includes an initial estimate, which is the equivalent of 2.5% of the water and sewer user rates, to be earmarked to address the significant financial impacts of Bill 23. So as shown in the previous graph, the impacts of Bill 23, Bill 134, and the related legislation are the most significant in the first 5 years. And this is illustrated by the blue bars on this graph. So the blue bars indicate what the anticipated financial impact is per year. So what staff has modeled is the impact of gradually increasing the funding of this impact over the 10 years of the background study, as opposed to funding it in year with the blue bars. So we're not proposing to set it to fund the full amount of the blue bars. What we're proposing to do is to fund at this point the red bars here, which brings the total funding over the 10 years to meet the anticipated shortfalls that are created through Bill 23, 134, and related legislation. So in order to do that, user rate increases based on the current modeling estimates increases of 7% in water and 6.5% in sewer would be required over 2025 to 2028. To fully fund that $665 million shortfall in development charge revenue projected by 2033. It should be noted that should the region opt to update the current DC background study in advance of 2033, additional phase-in impacts would occur and additional user rate increases would be required in the absence of provincial funding. So if we were to open our DC background study before the 10 years is up, it would trigger a new phase in. So this modeling here does not assume the opening of our DC background study earlier. And lastly, as I've mentioned previously, there are a number of assumptions that go into the estimates that underpin the Bill 23 and Bill 134 modeling, with the actual impact determined by the rate of growth, the timing of the growth, and the type of development. Staff will continue to monitor the development rates and types closely and update the analysis based on our actual experience and report back as part of annual business plans and budget processes. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike now to provide an overview of the key water and sanitary sewer infrastructure projects proposed for 2024.
Thank you very much, Nicole. So I'll quickly walk you through a breakdown of the capital program. So from a capital project perspective, there's only three types of projects. It's either a compliance project, a growth project, or an asset management project. Breaking down the 2024 proposed program, class environmental assessment and studies is about $3.5 million. Detailed design funding is at about $67 million. And construction costs is about $222 million, with some minor capital work at about $49 million. From a linear perspective, we get great cost efficiencies by partnering with either a regional road program or local municipalities or our bus rapid transit projects. So while they're improving or widening the road, we can drop our infrastructure in at the same time so that we all get cost efficiencies. We have approximately 15.7 kilometers of that work proposed in 2024. We do have some independent projects that are asset management projects where the road work is not required at this time. That's about 8.3 kilometers of work for a total replacement length of about 24 kilometers. I'll walk through some of the projects in the capital program that are proposed. So Duffin Creek, it is a $2 billion asset. It treats a lot of sewage per year. We have some work to do on the solid side on our incinerators. We have 4 incinerators there, and we've got work to do on reactors number 1 and 2. The total estimated project cost for that work is $400 million. Of course, York bears the brunt of that cost because the facility treats a lot of their sewage. Durham's share of that is about $105 million. On the liquid side, we've got some asset management work to do to put some betterments in, replace some pumps, replace some filters, some chain and flights. That work is estimated to cost about $55 million, for which our share of that cost is $11 million. The plan is we're tendering now with a construction target of 2024. This work is part of a BRT project. So along Kingston Road in Pickering, we've got some sanitary sewer and water main work to do. And rather than replace the infrastructure to accommodate the intensification of these areas with some large proposed towers, we are going to increase the size of this infrastructure in a phased approach in alignment with the BRT projects. So we've got some work from Steeple Hill to Meriton. That work is about $5 million. And we've got some phased work from Whites Road to Rougemount. The first phase of that work is predicted in 2024. The next phase is after that. That total estimated cost value of that work is about $19 million. A few years ago, we brought up a new trunk sanitary sewer to service the West Whitby area, which is just on the east side of Highway 412 north of Highway 2. So there is a big trunk sewer right at the intersection of Highway 2 and Des Newman Boulevard. We put in a stub to the west, anticipating future growth to the west side of Highway 412. And this project, being done in conjunction with the BRT program, is to extend that sanitary sewer to the west under Highway 412 to help support Town of Whitby's 2032 growth target of 18,000 new homes. The estimated project cost for that is about $15 million, and we're planning on getting that out to construction in 2024. To support growth in Oshawa, their growth target to 2032 is 23,000 new homes. We are phasing in the construction of a Zone 3 water main across Conlin Road. The first phase is about a week away from completion, and that is work from a water main from Thixon Road all the way over to Stevenson. Phase 2, we're planning on tendering in 2024, and that takes a water main from Stevenson over to Simcoe Street. Phase 3 is future work, and that'll be led by the City of Oshawa, again in conjunction with one of their programs to achieve some cost efficiencies. That is currently forecasted for 2026 construction. The total estimated project cost for that feeder main across Conlin Road is about $26 million. To support the legacy servicing area policy that was approved last year by Council, the City of Oshawa and the Region of Durham are planning on reconstructing Roselawn and Bickle in North Oshawa, and the region will install sanitary sewers and water mains along those roads. The estimated project value for that from the region's end is just about $4 million. In Bowmanville, there is a phased feeder main that needs to go in. There is a new reservoir on Liberty Street, just north of Concession 3, that is planned to tender in 2024, and we need to get a water main up to that reservoir to support growth. That supports Clarington's 2032 growth target of 13,000 new homes. Phase 1 is currently under construction, and that's in conjunction with some development work, and that's down at the south end. We're actually skipping over Phase 2 to get up to the north end by the reservoir, and where there's a proposed roundabout to go in, so the water main will be installed as part of that construction. And then the last phase is a water main along Concession Road 3 and then down Lambs Road. The total value of that project is about $63 million. In Bowmanville, the Port Darlington Water Pollution Control Plant needs to go through another part of the phased expansion. We have to rectify some deficiencies that were done as part of that work. That supports Clarington's 2032 growth target of 13,000 new homes. That work is estimated to cost about $3 million, and we plan on tendering that out in 2024. In Newcastle, again, to support Clarington's growth target of 13,000 new homes, we have a planned plant expansion for the water pollution control plant to take the capacity of that plant from 4 million liters per day to 7 million liters per day. The estimated project cost for that is $35 million. In Blackstock, we've got some old polybutylene water services that need to be replaced. We did a pilot project last year and on Canal de Court, and that went well, so we're going to phase in the rest of the projects in phases. In 2024, we've got 4 streets that we're planning on targeting to replace those services. The total project value of that project is just over $3 million. In Sunderland, we've got some replacement water main work, some asset management projects on Jane Street and Maple Street. The construction tender for that is expected to go out in 2024, and the estimated project value for that is just under $2 million. And in Beaverton, we have a water supply plant chlorine solution line replacement project. This is on the intake where zebra mussels can clog up the screen, which is about 1 kilometer out into the lake. So we have to replace the chlorine lines to keep the zebra mussels off that screen. That work is going to cost about $2.7 million, and we intend on tendering that in 2024. So I'm going to give you a snapshot of the last 4 years of what we've delivered with our small team versus what we have to deliver in the next 4 years because of the growth and the asset management projects we have to do. So in the last 4 years, we've averaged tendering out about 20, just over 20, it was about 20 and a half water supply and sanitary sewerage projects. And that total project value averaged about $113 million per year. So that's the last 4 years. Moving forward in the next 4 years, we have to go from tendering just under 2 projects a month to tendering a project every week. So we have to hit almost 50 projects per year to be tendered annually. And the estimated total project value of those projects goes from $113 million to $400 million per year. We've had to move projects forward in the budget to support the housing pledges that have been made. That includes 26 projects we've moved forward by 1 to 2 years in the budget. That's 16 water supply projects and 10 sanitary sewerage projects. Now, I'll speak specifically about the Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, Oshawa, Curtis system, where we have 3 water supply plants. And those plants haven't had a lot of work in the last 10 years. In the next 10 years, we have to do work at all 3 of them. They all need to be running at full steam ahead while you're working on another facility. So for example, the first facility due for an expansion is Whitby. But before we can do work at Whitby, the Whitby plant itself has to be robust and resilient enough to handle that expansion. And the plants in Oshawa and Ajax that support Whitby have to be running at full steam ahead. So we have to invest a lot of asset management money into those facilities before we can commence with the expansion. So we've really, as Nicole mentioned, we've really advanced some asset management programs at some of our large facilities in our program. That includes $86 million in water supply projects. That's 7 projects that we've brought into the budget for 2024, 2025, and 2026. And 2 sanitary sewerage projects over the next 3 years where we've advanced asset management funding that wasn't earmarked previously, and that works out to $28 million. So about $114 million in asset management projects that we've had to bring forward in advance of the expansions that are required because of growth. I will point out that we do have 14 water supply treatment facilities across the region of Durham, and we have 11 water pollution control plant facilities across the region. And in the last 10 years, staff have done an excellent job at engineering solutions to delay the need to expand those plants. We're able to move water across systems, for example, the Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, Oshawa, Curtis system. We can engineer things to move water so that we can delay the expansion of those plants. We're running out of options to engineer solutions. We now have to tackle those plants, which is why the budget is significantly increased. And obviously the housing targets key into that as well. And those projects are long projects. They are decades-long projects. So I'm going to quickly walk you through about 3 slides of the project life cycle for these long, complex projects. So as mentioned previously, a capital project is one of 3 things. It's a compliance project, it's a growth project, it's an asset management project. So when we identify the need for the project, the objective of the project is clear, but the path is not. So a project typically starts with an environmental assessment. The problem statement identifies the issue that needs to be addressed. For example, we need to increase the capacity of a facility. We go through and evaluate alternative solutions against things like environment, financing, social, cultural factors. And we do that with stakeholders and rights holders through a prescribed engagement process. A preferred solution is selected at a very high level, but there's always more details that need to be sorted out during detailed design. Most importantly, the implementation side with how are we going to expand this facility while we continue to produce water and treat wastewater, because you can't shut down those systems. During detailed design, some things can happen to your project. So, for example, Lake Simcoe is currently looking at a phosphorus reduction protection plan, which could change our effluent criteria at our facilities. So we're designing the facility or planning for the facility now based on a set criteria that's there. But if the legislation changes or they change the effluent criteria, we have to go back and redesign the facility to meet that new effluent criteria. And every time we walk into a facility, there's an opportunity for some cost efficiencies while we're adding a bigger pump or adding more piping or changing out a filter. We always do a condition assessment to see what other works are due to be replaced because of material age or wear and tear. So we always do a condition assessment, and sometimes we do find things that need to be added to that program. The good news is that they're usually done in a cost-efficient manner because you're already there, you're already doing construction. It is additional cost, but it's usually in a cost-efficient way. Some other things that can adjust the scope is a facility or plant operations needs change over time. Sometimes there's electrical code changes that our electricians have to keep updating equipment, for example. So there's needs that change during time that can change the design. Sometimes the preferred solution opens up building code compliance thing where a facility may have been grandfathered before, where an electrical feature inside a room is okay as long as you don't touch it, but as soon as you touch it, it triggers something that makes us move that piece of equipment or classify a room differently. And there's other design and construction issues that could come up because of the preferred solution. New technologies, over the course of a 10-year project, things change. I mean, I always look at my cell phone to see what it did 10 years ago versus what it can do now. We are always looking at new technologies to see if there's better ways that we can operate and maintain our facilities to improve them or make it easier on our operators. And also, sometimes these scope adjustments result in a larger design team or a team that we weren't anticipating. For example, if an electrical component needed to be addressed through a code compliance issue and we didn't have an electrician already on the team, they would have to add that to the team. And additional scope always requires a longer duration of construction, which means more inspection and more contract administration. Legislative and procedural changes. So we're always being forced to look at new regulation changes, especially about emerging water quality threats and changing effluent criteria. When we apply for our approvals from the ministry and other regulatory bodies, sometimes they will put conditions or constraints on those approvals that we have to meet. In particular, in 2018, with the Williams Treaty settlement, we have a modified approach now to how we engage with our Indigenous communities, and it's a lot better, but it's also puts an additional amount of workload on our staff to make sure that we're addressing the stewards of our land's wishes. Bill 23 obviously happened right before the development of our DC bylaw, right after the development of our DC bylaw, and right before the development of our capital program last year. That has put additional pressures on our capital program as well. And as always, our projects are susceptible to market trends and the environment. The impacts of the pandemic are still present. We are seeing escalations and inflations, contractors not willing to take as much risk for our longer term projects. They want the municipalities to take on some of that risk or share the risk with them. Inflation, supply chain challenges, labor shortages. I brought up the example at Works Committee that a few years ago, getting a diesel generator supplied to a contract took about 16 weeks. And we're seeing now across the province, it's about 52 weeks to get that diesel generator. So there is definitely impacts. It delays the construction. It creates challenges for our site inspectors and contract administrators and our contractors. External industry capacity for engineering and construction work, so our consultants are short-staffed. There's a limited amount of contractors that can do the work, and internally, we need to figure out a way to get more out of our staff. We're trying everything we can, but you know, I do think we need additional staff to help with the growth that is projected. And changing and unpredictable weather patterns. Council did declare a climate emergency. We need to make sure our infrastructure is robust and resilient enough to withstand these changing weather patterns, which are more intense and extreme than they have been in the past. So I will pass it back to Nancy.
And I promise to be very fast because we have given you a huge amount of detail to consider with respect to this. So essentially, you've got before you the proposed comprehensive 2024 water and supply and sanitary sewer user rate reports and budget. It represents a combined increase of 7.4%. That includes 2.5%, as Nicole talked about, with respect to Bill 23. And that translates to roughly rounding $80 for a typical residential customer. There are a lot of future pressures here noted, but I think we've covered a lot of those off in our conversations. So I will leave those for your reading pleasure later. So on that note, that finishes up our presentation, and if it's all right with you, we'll return to our seats to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take a request list. My intent, ladies, well, gentlemen and lady, is to deal with this presentation, deal with our delegation from Mr. Balash, and then take a short, very short lunch break, and then come back and get the reports done. So, Treasurer, can you speak to how do I describe it? I'd call it a train wreck, but that wouldn't be. Tell me what happened at Works over the course of the last couple of days.
So through the chair, typically speaking, so if the Works Committee looks at one component of this budget, not all three. And historically, we've not normally disclosed the user rate to them. But that's very awkward and uncomfortable because they're trying to approve something without understanding the context. So this year we disclosed that amount, and they had a very vested interest in active dialogue around those implications. And of course, the totality of the water sewer budget and the implications of a rate increase is here before you today. So they struggled with what to recommend to Finance and Admin. And so there was a memo of correspondence that summarizes their conclusions from their discussions. So they are supporting the budget, their component of the budget, but they did ask for a couple of things for this committee to consider. Some of them were referrals to staff, so we'll be bringing those to committee in the future. Things like how do we coordinate this differently? Because perhaps the cycle of how we deal with has created a tension between committees, and so we need to report to Finance and Admin on whether there's perhaps changes to how these budgets would flow and the main budgets would flow, because there is theoretically the potential for each of the other committees, when we see the main budget, to agree or disagree with those components that come to Finance and Admin. So we don't have time to look at that for this year, but we'll be looking at that for the next budget cycle to get your insights on how we might or might not manage that. The one recommendation you'll see from them is they wanted to use additional reserve funds to bring the rate down. My suggestion to you is I have a great concern of adjusting the capital programs and the contents of the actual detailed budgets because we have so much to accomplish and it has so much ripple effect. My suggestion to you is more that we look at that Bill 23 side of things. Nicole gave a very great description of how bad it is. However, and I mentioned this a little bit before, this committee perhaps can assess its risk tolerance. And what I mean by that is if you want to be very conservative and concerned over the future, you build in the whole 2.5%. Relating to that, you start getting that now because that's money lost as of July 1 of 2023, so we have to make that up. If you're looking at being, I'll say, risk aggressive on behalf of the ratepayers, then we don't plan the whole 2.5 or any of the 2.5, and we spend a huge amount of time advocating and making a lot of noise trying to get some of those problems solved. And in that case, so to me, this committee can assess how risk averse or risk aggressive you want to be, and that's where I would target my recommendation if you're looking at trying to address it. That's where I would target. My request would be to have the actual line by line projects and works that are put forward to be sustained, because on that side, if you delay one of those works, it has, as our Director Hubble explained, if you delay the preparatory works and the asset management works, then you have a much bigger ripple with respect to accomplishing the capital works. That would affect all the locals' ability to meet their housing targets. There's a whole cascade effect. Not that there won't be on Bill 23, but perhaps we can make a whole lot of noise and do a whole lot of things and try to find some miracle solution. So, as I say, that's where I speak to your risk tolerance. I would focus on that 2.5% with respect to where you would like to go forward. So that, I think, hopefully summarizes sort of where the presentation was going and knowing all of the impacts of what that would relate to.
Thank you. Again, questions to the delegation? We're going to get to the report. Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, no, thank you. On the delegation, I guess one of the presentations, there was a couple there, again, related to Whitby there. I saw that the capital trunks substitute sanitary plan going over the 412. Is that to end at Halls Road, and when is that going to go to Lake Ridge? Because we got a whole community there that still doesn't have access for many, many moons, since I think about 45 years? Oh, no, 55 years.
Mr. Hubble, do you have an answer to that question? Long-term Halls to Lake Ridge, what's the plan?
So that service is a local service. The sewer that's being installed to Halls Road is a development charge item, so it is a trunk sanitary sewer.
Okay.
A local service is not included in the DC study. So if the communities in that area want the service, it'll be up to them to extend it.
All right, so what exactly does that mean? Like it's, so I have subdivisions that are in there that aren't connected to sewer. It's always been, we're trying to push to get the, you know, the region to bring the trunks out to Lake Ridge. So your answer is saying it's never going to happen.
The DC shows a trunk sewer to Halls Road, but it doesn't show it all the way over to Lake Ridge. That would be a local service. So developers would have to pick up that service and keep extending it along to Lake Ridge and south on Lake Ridge as well. Now, the community could enter into some kind of agreement with the region, and they could fund that. They could also do it through a petition. So they do have several options to bring servicing to their community.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be a little pricey for like 30 houses to pay for a trunk sewer to go to their house?
Correct, yes.
Is there not planned to be, there is planned to be development at those corners. Do they not need servicing?
So yes, and through those developments, through those servicing agreements, they would extend the services from where they terminate to their limit of development, all the way across their frontage, so that the next developer in line could then extend the service to their development as well.
Because if, again, sorry to go into the weeds, but I know on some of the warehouse proposals at the corner, you know, they're looking to put in, you know, septic because the sewer isn't there. So would that be a long-term solution? We'd be fine with these large warehouses to have permanent septic on their plan because there's no plan to get the sewer pipe out there?
Okay, so through the chair, I mean, the official plan does speak to servicing in the urban area, and it is definitely a preference that properties within the urban boundary are serviced on municipal services. So that would have to be a discussion through the planning department, works department, and health department to permit a septic within the urban boundary.
Yeah, well, that's their current plan.
Councillor,
I guess it's too much detail.
it's not in regards to the presentation. I understand your.
Well, it was on the slide.
Well, it was to Halls.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that.
Yeah. No.
I think the answer was it's not part of the DCs, it's a part of other development proposals. So is there further questions?
Yeah, no, for sure. I guess on the next piece, like Commissioner Taylor brought up the piece about the 2.4%. I guess really what are our options? Like it doesn't seem that we really have a lot of options. Like I'd love to defer it, but what would be the impact if you didn't fund that 2.4%, so to speak?
So through the chair, the challenge will be that these are, as I say, monies that we're losing already. It's not monies that we're going to lose in the future.
Right.
There's a lot of assumptions, however, in how we're calculating them. So for example, if development stays low because of the interest rates, for example, then the clock ticks on our phase-in. So the longer it takes before people come in to pay, then there is that positive opportunity that then they've missed the 80% window and the 85% window and are paying at 90. So there's assumptions like that can help buy us some time. Our worry on the flip side is that, you know, if things take off, notwithstanding interest rates, for example, then that's where it can get dicey. So one of the things that comes back to reserve funds is, for now, we have some, I'll say, cash in the DC reserve funds that we've been accumulating for big projects. What will happen is if we don't top this up now, we'll use some of that money. So then that'll cause us a cash flow crunch. So we have to top it up. The question is when. The province doesn't say that you have to have this topped up by December 31st. However, our auditors have no idea yet how to deal with this. Is that a liability that then needs to be set up because we know how much we've lost? So there's just so many assumptions. The news gets worse in the next couple of years. And theoretically, I'm not sure we've ever had a DC bylaw that lasts 10. So we're also gambling that we won't be hit with another phase-in, but we're already looking at the implications around the transit DC. because it doesn't include electrification right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the Seton DC, which is supposed to be generally revenue neutral, is also going to get impacted by Bill 23. So there's issues there to deal with. So there isn't any great solutions because if we had them, honestly, none of the staff would have wanted to come forward with what you see today from numbers if we could find any clear pathway. And that's why my reference was to how risk averse or risk aggressive you want to be, because it's coming. We can buy a year if we need to, but the numbers then will magnify next year because they're not going to disappear.
Yeah, no, and I guess, and that's what I appreciate that. Like there doesn't seem to be a lot of options. And also, if I recall the report properly and the presentation, it's like approximately 7% increases in water for the foreseeable future.
That's just for Bill 23. So if you consider the fact that, this year it's 4.9 without Bill 23, and you're looking at 7 just for Bill 23 plus 4.9, this cascades fairly painfully and dramatically quickly.
So just for my simple math, so are we looking at, we go closer to 11% next year? Is that what you're thinking?
That's certainly the risk if we're not successful with somehow being made whole in some fashion. And we had said this early on when Bill 23 was announced. Water sewer is the first hit. We're the first hit because we're the first to go out with a DC, but we're also, water sewer is the first hit because you have to do that first, right? Roads, for example, we can say, well, if that area isn't quite opening up yet, we'll put that road off. Water sewer, you have to get the plant expansions in, you have to do the asset management work so that when you do trigger the expansion, the system can still run. So water sewer, I'll say, is really the poster child for this problem and much harder to manage. But we're also very cognizant of committee's concern over, what does this mean for people? In the case of water sewer, it's $80 a year. The plus to water sewer is that's based on an average household consumption. So it doesn't magnify whether you've got a smaller house or a larger house, and you have some control over your consumption.
Yeah.
So again, factors to consider, all meaningful.
All right, and then I guess another, I'll try and minimize my questions on the thing, is that part of the presentation spoke about, declining usage. So we're still seeing declining usage for the average house. So that's also contributing to some of the increased costs because we still have to pay for the system, even though it says it was 1.5% growth, but a couple points to declining usage per average house.
So through the chair, we had increased the house usage during COVID years because overall speaking, the big predominance of our users were residential. So during COVID, they stayed home and used their home water sewer. And other municipalities like Peel, for example, that have much more industrial, they had a financial hit on theirs because they didn't have that same component. So we had increased that consumption because we certainly didn't want to drive significant user rate increases and drive huge surpluses because of that consumption. Now we're on the opposite scale of that. We're hopeful what we've dropped it to this year is tied to what's happening in actuals in 2023. So hopefully it will remain stable, but there is that risk that it could creep down a little bit more. There does become a plateau where a household requires a certain amount of water. So that it'll never go to zero by any stretch.
No, can't stop
but
drinking.
We are kind of on that upper end of what's logical right now.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Councillor Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions just to get some clarification. We've had the comments about the phenomenal growth coming to the south. Over time, so 18,000 in Whitby, 23,000 in Oshawa, and so on. That is part of the pledge or the commitment that's been made as part of the provincial plan. Is that part correct?
So through the chair, that's correct. The lakeshore municipalities all signed pledges. So that's what some of those relate to, yes.
Okay. So I want to go back and not to steal the chair's words on the train wreck, but I'm just trying to better understand the recommendation that we have before us is for 7.4% increase. We've got a communications that we can talk about when we get to it where Public Works came back for 5%. What is it that Public Works then is asking not to do?
So through the chair, so as you know, Works can only recommend to this committee, and then this committee will make the call on what goes to council, and then of course council will choose however they will. So what Works Committee has suggested is utilizing reserve funds even more to, I'll say, artificially fix the rate. The challenge with that is, as you've heard, the sheer magnitude of draws that we are going to require from reserve funds, and Nicole had mentioned the rate stabilization ones are essentially going to be drained through this process. So all that does is mean that our dialogue for next year, we're already will be short, because that would be funding regular stuff. So we would already be short by that amount. That's why my preference shifted us to talking about Bill 23, because I think there are much fewer options. We did talk about projects that were being advanced that could be pushed back out again. However, it's not easy to say this is a Bill 23 project versus this is a normal growth project that would have happened through the official plan or through all of the white belt discussions. How do you say, you know, I'm not going to do a tenth of this plant expansion? You really can't, right? So that's where we kind of get, we can't just say, let's get rid of these projects or push them back out, because it's not just growth for the housing targets, but certainly it's needed for those.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. With the 7.4%, when we were talking about the broader budget, we were talking about what does 1% equal? What does a 1% increase on the water bill equate to? Not for the users, but for
us.
Yeah.
So for the revenue stream, it's slightly different because water, sewer are two different budgets, so we merge them together. But it's about 2.5 million, I'm rounding, is 1% merged.
Okay, fair enough. So, and when we went through some of the large capital projects that are coming, talk about the major ones that need to support that growth in the south, a little bit in the Scugog area, I just wanted to look back at the two in Brock. There was the one in Sunderland that had a 1.27 million. That's the budget provision. So the overall project's 1.6, but 1.2 is coming out of that percent increase you just referred to.
So through the chair, every capital project has a slightly different financing mix. So it depends on whether it's growth related and how much maximize we can with development charges. We do look at it trying to minimize the user rate and using reserve funds within a lot of those capital programs as well. So they're not necessarily, they're rarely 100% user rate. We find a whole bunch of other options.
Okay. And then the second one that was in Beaverton. So I saw this when we went up for the tour. Some of the other members were there. Just remind me again, I think it's towards Public Works. The one referred to as Beaverton Water Supply Plant, and that was another 2.6 million. Of 1.8 was the budget provision. What specifically was that one to address?
Mr. Hubble?
Through the chair. So that is replacing a chlorine solution line, which is a line that goes from the plant all the way out in the intake to about 1 kilometer out in the lake, and it gives little blasts of chlorine at the screen, and that keeps zebra mussels from clogging up the screen. So that is an asset management project. It's not related to growth.
Fair enough. And the impact then, if that wasn't done, how would that impact?
It would reduce the capacity of our treatment facility or provide increased maintenance. We'd have to send divers down to clean the screen or replace the screen at the end of the intake.
Okay, so pretty important to go forward with those two projects in Brock. So fair enough. That's all I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members. Councillor Wu. Willie Wu for you.
Thank you, Chair Ash. I'd like to thank staff for the presentation. Very good. Councillor Gerard asked a question. What does 1% combined water and sewer increase approximately? And the answer was 2.5 million. Now, part and parcel of listening in on the Works Department, is there a way to separate, if we were to say reduce by 1%, where would that 2.5 billion reduction go? Would it, how do you equate that to either capital or operations? Obviously, we want to keep the water and sewer operations going, but sewer capitals, sewer water, and if I see on slide 12, that in itself makes up about 62% of the gross expenditure. So by reducing it by 1% or any percentage, how do you apportion where the 2.5 million, where does that go?
So through the chair, the obvious answer is through the capital program, because it does constitute 60 to 65%. That being said, as I mentioned, the percentage of each program, each capital program funded by user rates is smaller. So you'd be looking at a lot of projects to get that 1%, not just, you couldn't cherry pick one. So that would be your challenge there. But the default would start with the capital program, because the operating side of it, particularly in the water sewer, more so than some of the other services we have, it's statutorily required for us to have healthy drinking water and healthy treatment of septic. So that's the challenge there. So if that decision was made, for example, to reduce the spending side of the budget by 1%, we'd have to go back and find out what would be the best mix that the delivery of the facilities could still take place in a safe manner. I'm not sure if the Works would like to comment any further, but that's generally where I would see having the dialogue take place.
Okay.
Further questions?
Well, just as if there's any reduction in the percentage, if I could ask certainly for Works that the capital projects in Clarington still go ahead. Now, my next question is, and I'm looking at slide 17, the user rate for 2024, proposed budget on the breakdown, total capital finance is 358 million. The user rate is 93.5 million. It scares me, it concerns me when I look at 25, 26, 27, 28, that the user rates are going up. Now, again, I guess that's based on additional housing, additional usage. But I go back and it's almost, you're telling us that in slide 22, on the solid red, user rate revenue collected to offset Bill 23 related legislation impacts, user rate increases of roughly 6.5 and 7% from 2025 to 2028. We're almost stuck, if I can say, at least we're asking for 7.4 this year, that might be the norm.
So if I may, through the chair, make this worse for you, which is not what I would have liked to do. The amount that's listed on slide 22, that 7%, 6.5%, that is just to deal with the financing shortfalls that I mentioned. So as I said, Bill 23 has the capital program and the financing shortfalls. So you actually have to take both. So slide 17, where it shows that incremental user rate required to fund the capital plan, that would have to occur as well as the financing piece on slide 22 for that shortfall. So one doesn't include the other. Those are both two independent items of concern. My apologies for making that worse, not better.
No, I mean, if we are to go ahead, and again, I think a lot of this has to do with the housing pledge and trying to, and I think Mike Hubble mentioned, some projects have to be or have been advanced in order to make that housing pledge. So here we are as a region, and in the overall scheme, there's this housing pledge. We're trying to meet those targets where I guess we make it that province looks good, but we're the ones that are going to be the ones to blame because, again, for all the increases in taxes due to this housing pledge in Bill 23 and 134, we're the guys that are going to be the scapegoats. That concerns me. Now, in the event too, we look at, again, slide 17, proposed financing, strategic use of the debt proposed over forecast to fund DC shortfalls for large expansion projects. Now, water and sewers user pay. Now, if we do debt financing, is that debt what we pay to the users, or is that spread all over on the tax bill to every resident?
So through the chair, the water and sewer bill and budget is standalone and entirely separate from the tax bill. So it's entirely funded within the envelope of the user rates or DC specific for water sewer, and even the repayment of the debt. If it's DC related debt, it would be funded from water sewer development charge collections. And if it's non-growth related debt, it would be funded from the user rates. So there is no cross subsidization between the two different budgets.
Okay. Thank you very much, and great job on this. Appreciate it, Nancy.
Thank you, Councillor. By the way, you look 100% better than the last time you were on the screen. So I'm glad you're.
Well, thank you.
I'm glad you're recovering, and it might be the removal of the mustache as well. I'm not sure. So, next speaker, committee member, and just remember, folks, I'd like to get through these before we take a break. We have 4 on my speaker list. Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'd like to follow up on Councillor Wu's comments or questions regarding the user rate. So going back to slide 17, so those user rates going out from 24 into 25, it's like a 20% increase, then 4%, 9%, 9%, and I realize that there is supposedly some growth aspect to that. Then you mentioned, of course, that what's on slide, I think it was 22, is in addition to that. And then, as I would understand it, operating. So can you give us some kind of idea what we're looking at here with overall user rate increases for everything going out over the next 5 years or so, starting next year? Because, I mean, this is looking like it's getting well into the teens.
So through the chair, I have not done the math on adding for 2025, for example, the increase between 93 million to 112 user rate, plus the 7% give or take for slide 22. Right now, our operating and capital component is just shy of 5, and the Bill 23 is 2.5. So, if in theory, ongoing, we're just shy of 5, plus 1 or 2 markup for escalating capital, plus 7 for the Bill 23 financing shortfall, we're well into the teens at this point, and acknowledging that that's not sustainable, which brings us back to our original huge discussion on sustainability here. One of the things I might suggest as well that was brought up at Works Committee was essentially an enhanced communications campaign, and including greater details in the water sewer inserts, as well as we have 56,000 customers now that are on our My Durham Water to get electronic bills. So we could put much more information there. I mean, I guess I'll be blunt, it's finger pointing, but at least, if nothing else, in all of our, we also have a segment on our website about Bill 23. It can be refreshed to reflect this kind of information. So Works Committee was looking to have us try to make this as clear to the public as possible, knowing some things merge together, that the province needs to acknowledge, or the public needs to have the ability to understand what's driving this and perhaps assist us in those education campaigns and advocacy work.
Okay, thank you. And once again, you did mention that with this forecast, the reserves are, or well, at least I guess stabilization reserves are essentially budgeted to be depleted by the end of this long-term projection. Yet it was recommended by Works to utilize more of them now to kind of stabilize the increase this year. And of course, so that means at some point in the future, we supposedly run out of them. But given that the province has made certain, promises or whatever you want to call them, to municipalities, could it be that we utilize some of the reserves in this year, and with all hope that the province follows through on its commitment to municipalities? We are essentially then maybe just borrowing from the reserve to stabilize rates, and they come through before 2025 and get things fixed. I mean, that's where I see the logic of maybe what Works has proposed, is that if the province is going to speak out of at least one side of their mouth, then they can, then perhaps for 1 year, we try to hold things at bay and hold them to it. I guess that's where I'm coming from on this, because the province has made commitments to us, and I'm just wondering if you see any kind of logic in that thinking.
So through the chair, a couple of things, if I may. One of the things that we do at the region here that may be slightly different than what you see at the local, because of the sheer scope of and magnitude of work that we do across so many areas. Behind the scenes, when we're preparing the budgets, we already try to maximize every opportunity to push the envelope on using reserves and reserve funds. Sometimes at the local level, you see the opposite, where a rate is come up with, and then the reserve funds come in to try to manage that. So in this budget, we have already pushed that as much as I'm comfortable doing, because now we're talking about replacing ongoing funding with a reserve fund. I do respect your analogy that essentially we're borrowing from them, but then you'd have to make that shortfall up in a future year. My hope was, if it's about the province delivering, notwithstanding they said they'd make us whole well over a year ago, if it is about trying to make the province deliver, that's why I shifted my focus to the Bill 23 financing side of things, because that's, if the province does deliver between now and next year, then that would have a bearing now and going forward, and that's why I spoke about risk aversion. So my recommendation sits on the 2.5% side rather than on the 4.9 side, simply because with the state of our assets and the work that needs to be done, any reduction in that side of the user rate is going to cause us a problem every year ongoing, regardless of the financing shortfalls of Bill 23. So holding the province to account, I'd rather do that through the Bill 23 risk assessment that this committee can make than affect the projects that we would have to do, or affect the base funding that we would need going forward by adjusting that. Very long-winded, I'm sorry, sometimes I go a little bit too far, perhaps, than what you wanted.
Nope, that's fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor McDougall, and then I have two visiting guests that are on my list.
Thank you, sir. A quick question through to Commissioner of Finance. On the users' bills, is there a customer charge, a monthly charge that we're seeing every month for water and for sewer?
So through the chair, there it was explained in the presentation last week, the fixed cost versus the variable costs for water and sewer. A big portion of it is fixed. So I want to say it's almost 90% is fixed cost on the, so the variable, which is the consumption. So it does split out on the bill, and there's a great insert that says, here's how much just to have the pipe. It also funds things like fire, fire hydrants, all that sort of thing. So there's a whole bunch of things that the base charge per month shows. So,
okay, further. So the base charge that goes to the customer, are we changing the base charge per month to have the pipe to the house?
So through the chair, under the user rate report, you can see our recommended changes to all of the rates. So the consumption charges are reflected there, but there would be some changes to the fixed, because the fixed costs have increased as well.
Okay.
So you can see in that, there's all kinds of attachments, and we bolded in black the ones that have changed from prior year attachments.
Okay, very good. And then I do have a couple of questions for Director Mike, if that's okay.
Absolutely, Mr. Hubble. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just in your presentation, there was some projects that you had discussed in terms of asset management projects, I think in specifics to some of the treatment plants along the lakeshore. As you indicated that staff have been very efficient in kind of pushing those projects down the road, but now I believe the term I want to use is by pushing those projects down the road, we've removed the elasticity in the system to be able to say shuffle some of the flow over to this plant, so we can do some major work on a plant in the middle. So we're at a point in time right now, here's my question, we're at a point in time right now, if we push off those projects in terms of the asset management side, we're going to be hard pressed to be able to shuffle flow anywhere. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, that is absolutely correct. I love the term elastic that you used. Yeah, that's exactly it. We're running out of options to move water where we have to go where you get your biggest bang for your buck, which is the plant expansion. So yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, and then a second part of that is you indicated that currently, right now, you're looking at about $100 million of projects a year tendered. And you need to move that up to $400 million of projects a year tendered. And the part of the question I have is typically speaking, with those projects you're talking about in terms of the asset management or the asset management projects, in old plants, et cetera, I would think those would tend to be complex and a little bit staff intense as to how much staff time it would take to manage and oversee those projects, even if you're tendering out a component to consultants. What is the plan to deal with those pressures?
Okay, so through the chair, that is correct. The facilities that we've got planned in the next 4 years are facilities like our Ajax Water Supply Plant expansion, our Whitby Water Supply Plant expansion, asset management works at our Curtis Water Pollution Control Plant, our Corbett Creek Water Pollution Control Plant in Whitby. And they are very staff intensive. One of the issues that we have, we do rely on consultants. Consultants do a wonderful job at helping manage the design. But one thing consultants do not have is the operational experience, which is all in-house. So while our operations staff are continuing to maintain compliance and keep the facilities in good shape, they are now being tasked with also reviewing designs to help make sure that the implementation of the project won't interrupt the operation of the facility, and to make sure the facility operates in compliance with the regulatory authorities. So part of this request for the budget this year does include an allowance for additional staff, and a lot of that additional staff is to support the not only the quantity but the complexity of the projects that we have coming immediately down the pipe.
And further through, Mr. Chair, I'm estimating that moving from $100 to $400 million without adequate supervision and adequate staff would be an increase in risk for the municipality.
Through the chair, that is absolutely what it is. It is an increase in risk in delivery, but also in the project itself. Without oversight and supervision of the construction, without combing through the design with a fine-tooth comb, you're introducing more risk to the project and potential costs later on.
Okay, very good. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Turn myself off there. Councillor Collier, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up, and I actually agree with what Mr. McDougall was saying about those types of things. I just wonder, I want to talk about DCs for a minute. And when development occurs, DCs are collected. I want to know what percentage of gross DC funds goes to water and sewer.
Through the chair, I think when we looked at, the Works Committee asked this, it's about, I want to say it's almost 2/3 of the DC charge. That's very round numbers. We can pull out the exact, but generally about 2/3 of the DC charge.
Is for water and sewer specifically?
That's correct.
Okay. And when construction occurs that doesn't require any expansion of water and sewer, those funds are just used to fund other projects?
So the development charge background study, as you know, lists out every project that we're collecting money for. The tricky part with the water sewer is the plant expansions are incredibly expensive. So we have to start accumulating those DC charges and carry them for a few years until we get to those big expansions. And that's what you're seeing now. But the rest of the projects are also growth-related DC projects that might get funded in between. And the challenge is how much are we spending on those projects versus how much do we need to have when the expansion triggers? That's a cash flow problem.
Okay. The works that are going to happen at the Duffin's Water Pollution Control Plant, how much of this is attributed to the province's decision to use the Lake Ontario solution versus the Lake Simcoe solution?
That is a big challenge. I'm going to go to Mike and Ramesh on that. The only thing I'll add as they're contemplating their answer is, in order for us to have a share of the expansion, that means we have to pay part of it, even though it doesn't relate to us. But perhaps I'll let Mike and Ramesh elaborate that when they talk about the costs and why there is some on us, and why wouldn't it entirely be on the York Region. So if I may.
Sure, thank you, Nancy. So the slide on the Duffin Creek work for 2024 is all asset management related, and it doesn't have anything to do with the Supporting Growth in Durham and York Act. This is asset management work that was already programmed in. It's been forecasted for years. This work is just asset management work. The growth work, it's coming down the pipe, and as Nancy mentioned, we already have a partnership agreement with York where our contributions towards the projects are set. The Upper York solution, you're talking about flipping the sewage that's coming that was supposed to be directed towards Lake Simcoe, now coming towards Lake Ontario to the Duffin plant. Durham's not going to see a cost attributed to that. That is going to be a York cost.
100%? Okay. I see nod from the CEO. Good. So if the region doesn't approve this water and sewer budget, which, by the way, I support the water and sewer budget, and I will support it when this comes to council, if it comes to council, as is. If the region doesn't support it, what does that do with regards to our 20% partnership with York and the $55 million that's scheduled for the asset maintenance that you were just referred to? I mean, this is bigger than just us.
So through the chair, a number of us are on the management committee that oversees the operations of the plant and have lots of these discussions. But my understanding is that we have a legal obligation to have the plant running at certain capacities with certain abilities, and those legal obligations are entrenched. So unless our solicitor has anything else to say, my understanding is that those are legal commitments based on those operating agreements.
And that's kind of where I'm going with this, Madam Treasurer, is we're legally obligated on some of these items that are here before us. I just want to talk about growth for a minute, because I understand at the first Works Committee meeting, they used our 60-story towers that recently, sorry, I'm taking your notes. I believe growth still pays for growth, but just not to the level, well, it never paid 100% anyway with Bill 23. Bill 23 is what it is. It's not going to change, I don't think. We are going to have to deal with these costs. I guess your strategy of spreading it out over a couple of years instead of having the frozen portion being hit all at once is going to help. That's done through what? Debenture and using some reserves?
That's correct. It'll mix in with a financing plan in order to accomplish that. That's exactly correct.
Okay, so you're already making it easier to bear for us over the next 3 years. But ultimately, I mean, this is a Band-Aid that needs to be ripped off, whether it's done this year or whether it's done future. I guess, can we agree that nothing's going to get cheaper going forward, and if we don't deal with this today, it's just going to be more difficult to deal with in the future?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct in our discussion. And if I may add a quick apology here to yourself and Councillor Crawford, it was me that used that reference more in the sense of many multi-story that are coming, not with the knowledge of exactly how that's serviced. So you have my apologies for using that as a generic example, because I think that unfortunately has specific specialties around it.
Okay.
But you're correct in this is now and like there's nothing that we can put off, in my view.
And I'm getting the evil eye here. I apologize for stealing Marilyn's questions.
It was fully planned.
Councillor Crawford, if there's any questions left, you have the floor.
Well, you know, I take offense to our works meeting being called a train wreck, unless you're talking about the second one that I wasn't at, and then I can't speak to that. But I feel like the Works Department, the Works Committee, you know, we acknowledge the increase, and we also acknowledge that there is a stress on residents right now. And front-ending this means that the people that are currently trying to stay in their homes are the ones that are paying for the future residents. And we talk about risk. We're okay to put that risk on residents.
And your question is?
Okay, my question is.
We're not on the report.
I've been saving this for like two questions, two circles around.
No, I understand.
I'm just saying, it's not a train wreck when you're trying to protect
it's
people.
at least a car wreck, so.
No, it's not. Oh my gosh. Okay, I won't have lunch. I'll just leave. All I'm saying is that the 60 towers that was mentioned, and it was brought up, I went back and did my homework. $51 million of that brings DC charges, of which $28 million comes to the region. There is $5 million worth of taxes from that one site, and 2.7 million come to Durham Region. That is just one group of condos. So by upfronting it to the residents, when the region receives this money, are we giving anything back to them? That's my question. Because you're upfronting all the costs on residents at this point with this budget.
Treasurer?
I know what the answer is, and you don't have to say it if you don't want to. But I mean, that's the reality. The money is coming back to the region eventually.
So through the chair, maybe I'll answer it this way. If in its totality, growth paid for growth, then you're right, you're just talking about timing. But with Bill 23, growth never paid for growth in its entirety historically. With Bill 23, it doesn't even come marginally close. So that's the challenge we're faced with, is that is falling to existing users to pay those shortfalls.
And that's not right on any day.
Agreed. And that's been the context of our discussion today, absolutely.
So thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leahy, you're back on my list, but you've already had one kick at the can. So, sorry? Yeah, but I go one time on questions. We're not talking debate, we're talking questions. Okay, go ahead.
The one thing that stood out in the report that I forgot to ask was that there was a reference to hiring a consultant to see how many more staff we're going to need in the future. What was that reference, and how much staff does that likely mean?
So through the chair, there is also a recommendation in the guideline report that we take a look at organizational efficiencies, and that be funded, and the guideline report be funded through reserve funds in order to look at how we can better position ourselves. Particular to the Works Department, though, which has an effect on the water sewer budget, the capacity is so far beyond what they're able to do, and Director Hubble made that reference. So rather than us jump ahead and put exact positions in, we are anticipating that this report, which is still underway, will come back likely with a need for a greater, and that will just have to be phased in. So we have put something in, but we didn't identify exactly which position, simply because this is very imminent and it's about timing, right?
So no sense of how many additional headcount?
Through the chair, I don't have any sense of that yet. We haven't seen draft.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the questions on the delegation, on the presentations. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is delegations. We have Mr. Greg Meloche, who is here in person. Welcome back to our chamber, Mr. Meloche.
Thank you.
And he's speaking in regards to the budget guideline.
That's right. Before I start, I just want to say it's very comforting to know that the region isn't facing any financial challenges.
Okay, thank you for that. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. During your September 12 meeting, your finance commissioner gave an overview of Report 22 pertaining to property taxes, wherein she describes a scenario of potential double-digit rate increases for multiple years. From this taxpayer's point of view, this was shocking, unacceptable, and most probably unprecedented in the 50-year history of this regional government. You're right to ask her to come back with a revised report with lower and more palatable rate increases. I want to make a few comments about Report 35 and ask a few questions, some of which I heard answered this morning, about this entire process and the potential outcome. First of all, to what degree were the reserves used to mitigate the severity and magnitude of the proposed rate increases? To what degree were the unallocated portion of the reserves considered as a source of relief? By the way, what's the difference between the $2 billion reserves and the $4 billion investment portfolio? If you could clarify that, please. To what degree, if any, was the rarely used General Levy Stabilization Reserve Fund used to lessen the proposed tax increase? By the way, does that fund even still exist? To what degree was the interest income from your investment portfolio used to lessen the proposed tax increase? For your information, in 2022, the interest income was $90 million, which was double the interest income in 2021. So if you're increasing the property tax revenue by about $65 million, and you took in an extra $43 million in investment income, they're somewhat offsetting. I suspect the interest income for 2023 will be over $100 million. Interest rates haven't fallen. They're going to stay where they are for at least a year or two. The word pressure is used frequently in the report, and I think a distinction should be made between actual pressures and wish list aspirations, which don't necessarily have to be accommodated. During your last meeting, the often suggested solution, and I just heard it a minute ago, of a line-by-line or core review was suggested as a source of relief. In my mind, this is a waste of time. Reviews may find thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars of savings. In order to reduce the proposed tax increase to a more normal 2 to 3% increase, savings of millions, or actually tens of millions of dollars have to be found, and that's not going to happen. Okay? When 55% of your operating budget is taken up by wages and salaries, the only real way to achieve significant savings is by partial or selective hiring freezes, wage freezes, and a much more stringent collective bargaining agreements, and service reductions or eliminations. Finally, I want to say that I'm not entirely unsympathetic to your dilemma in trying to fulfill not only your mandated services, but non-mandated services and coping with Bill 23. However, the application of the suggested scale of tax increase is a recipe for taxpayer anger and revolt. In my resident community of Oshawa, we receive an interim tax bill, so the entirety of the tax increase is applied in the last 6 months of the year, which will make the increase look even more pronounced. Okay? Property tax payments should not resemble mortgage payments. Now, in my opinion, if you recommend and council approves these rate increases, you do so at your own political peril in the 26 municipal elections. I suspect a normal election turnover of 8 to 10 regional councils will probably be more like 15 to 20. So I think it's in your own self-interest to find a way to reduce it from this 6, 7, 8% to 4, 5, 6%. Because this is prohibitive for a lot of people, myself included. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Meloche. Questions of the delegate? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you. Through you, you made one reference, like I understand the reserves that we have, 2.2 billion, but you made a reference to a $4 billion investment fund. I don't know what you're referring to.
It's the investment portfolio. If you ask your commissioner about it, she can clarify.
Okay, all right, I will.
It's in your, if you look at your annual report in the financial statements, it shows the investment portfolio of $3,900,000,000. It's just shy of $4 billion. That was at December 31st of 2022. It's higher now. It goes up every year. Your investment portfolio goes up every year by 200, 300, 400 million. It's doubled in a few years.
Yeah, now that you mentioned, okay, so you're talking about the cash flow and the receipts and the payments, so I understand now. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
But like I say, that has generated, it was generating 30, 40, 50 million in investment income. It generated 90 million last year, and it's going to generate, I suspect, 100 million plus this year. So again, if you put this through, and because you're going to increase the total revenue region-wide of 65 million, but the interest investment income is 50, 75, 100 million. They're somewhat offsetting.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Now I understand what you're talking about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Malach, for
Thank
your
you.
presentation. I appreciate it. Committee, we're going to take a short break. So let's limit this 15-minute break to 20 minutes. Yeah, and
This afternoon, so I'll be in and out of the meeting.
okay, thank you. So let's have a recess till 12:40, and we'll reconvene. to 22 minutes, which is very good. I'm going to do electronic roll call. Councillor Lee, did you just put in Councillor McDougall's? Good. Okay, we're all present. First item of business, correspondence. There is none from administration. There are two from finance. One is a memo from the Works Committee. The second is from Councillor Gasser, Resident Gasser, also in regards to water. The recommendation is to refer them to report 2023 F36, both of them. Can I get a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Leahy, second by Councillor Lee. Debate? Being none, the motion recommendation is to refer them to the consideration of the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That item is carried. First report for us tonight is risk management and insurance update. Commissioner, do you want to speak to this?
Through the chair, in the interest of time, I'll just say that it's a relatively speaking a housekeeping one to update council on where we're at with our various policies.
Councillor Lee?
I apologize, Chair. I know we're trying to get through a weighty meeting, but this report, I have a question that might have go in closed session because it involves security issues. If that.
Okay, let's stand down this report if we need to go in closed session on the.
We can just do both at once.
On the other one, we'll do that.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
We'll defer consideration of this report and move to the next one, which is the interim regional property tax levy report 2023 F33. Commissioner?
Through the chair, this is our annual report to allow for the interim billings.
Can I get a mover? Mover is Councillor Lee, second by Councillor McDougall. Questions, polls, debate? Being none, all those in favor? Opposed? That item is carried. Next item, folks, is the temporary borrowing bylaw for 2024. Commissioner?
Through the chair again, this is an annual one. It's actually one that's required by our bank under a banking contract, but as noted, we don't ever require the funds, so it's just a process.
Mover, seconder? Moved by Chair Henry, second by Councillor Leahy. Polls or debate? Questions? Being none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That item is carried. Okay. Mayor Collier, do you wish to go in camera in regards to the
I do have questions on the police budget recommendation, and I will be referring to the confidential report that is set out on page 94 of the agenda today. So that will require part 14.4 of report 2023 F35, 17 of the report, and 94 in the agenda. And I will be wanting to speak to that
Okay,
confidential report.
if I can get a motion then to amend the agenda to deal with report number 2023 F36, as well as F37, which is the water and sewer. So we'll do those in public and then go in camera for questions, then come back out of camera. Mover for that? Moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Leahy. All those in favor? Opposed? That item is carried. So we're going to move down to the water and sewer recommendation, which is now F36. This is the business plan. Commissioner?
So through the chair, the only thing I would note is that the recommendations will be before you. This one is tied to the user rate report, which is next. So if there are changes made here, just note that we also need just staff guidance, staff direction that we would amend the appropriate rates to match.
Okay. Any questions on this report? We're going to get to the user rate in the next report. Is there any questions? This is the building plan. Being none, I need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Leahy, Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Leahy. Debate? Being none, all those in favor? Opposed? That item is carried. Next item is 23F37, Water Sewer User Rate Report. Commissioner?
So through the chair, this rate report reflects the totality of the budget approval in the previous report. So perhaps I misspoke in the sense that if you can't change this one without changing the other one, generally speaking. So just in case I sent you down a wrong pathway, changing the other one means I have to change the rates to match that. So if I can have your indulgence, if that is a challenge that I presented.
Okay, thank you. For clarity, folks, this is the recommended report from staff, which speaks to a 7.4% increase. Committee should be aware that there was correspondence from the Works Committee that spoke to the deferral of 2.5% of this increase and having a 4.9% increase. So excluding any cost to any Bill 23 impacts, and their recommendation to us was to not include it in the water and sewer rate. However, that is not the position of staff in regards to it. Am I right?
Through the chair, may I
Correct me?
edit that?
Edit, okay.
So Works Committee is recommending that you get down to a 4.9 by utilizing an infusion from reserve funds. My recommendation to committee is if they wish to go down from the 7.4, that they look at their risk tolerance around the 2.5 pertaining to Bill 23.
Okay. I misspoke in regards to how we described it, but the net increase is the same. 7.4 is the staff recommended. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Contrary to my personal belief of being a rampant gambler, I do think that we are playing with a lot, over almost 1 million people's money, and I think our efforts to petition the provincial government regarding Bill 23 and being made whole is being met with deaf ears. So I think to the staff recommendation, I think this is the safer way rather than shocking residents with a much higher percentage over the next 2 to 10 years. So I think this is just the safer play. So I'm very much in support of the staff recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Garott.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things. One is I agree with Councillor Lee. Also, Mayor Collier made mention that Bill 23, I think his words were, it is what it is, and I don't think our resistance is going to change that. I've had some discussions recently with my colleagues in York Region. They've been running more, closer rather to about a 10% increase on an annual basis. It's just become baked in normal. Nobody likes it, but it's a cost that comes with growth. At the risk of backlash, I would actually even support a higher increase than this to deal with it now on the condition that we said that would be the increase and then lock it in for the future. So as a number, 7.5%, 8%, whatever it is, and say that's it, that's what we'll do for the next 4 or 5 years. If we could make that kind of commitment so residents can adjust and make personal life decisions based on that, I think it'd be more palatable. But if it's the will of this committee to stick with the amount that's being proposed, I would support that.
Well, thank you for the comment. I know Clarington, as a for instance, has just introduced their budget, and they've indicated what their increase is going to be for the next 4 years. I think it averages 4.1, if I read Mayor Foster's comments correctly. So I don't think we want to do that this year, but I think we could give consideration based on that forward requirement that we're going to have in regards to water and sewer. Whitby, Pickering, Clarington, Oshawa, and to some lesser degree in Ajax, but they have infill and density. We all need the capacity, and we have to do those investments. So I thank you for your comments. Councillor Wu.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ash. And you're quite correct. We've gone to what they call in Clarington a multi-year budget. So we're hoping over the term of this council that we have at Clarington that we're looking at 4.1%. We've set that as predictable so that we can provide the level of service and hopefully the enhancements that our residents come to enjoy, the new residents that are planning on moving to the beautiful municipality of Clarington. Now, I do support this, and thank you, Councillor Lee, for your words and my other fellow councillors on F&A. You know, this, I guess, has got if I can use it, the new norm. After the pandemic, the inflationary pressures, the capital cost escalations, I don't ever see it settling to pre-pandemic levels. I hate to say it is the new norm. In some respects, it's either pay me now or pay me later. So thank you, Chair Ash.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McDougall?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the 2.5% that's being asked to be reduced, or it's not quite that, the reduction to 4.9% was a proposal from Works Committee to reduce the number of projects. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, the communication from Works was approving their budget and recommending drawing from reserves to reduce the rate. That was the other recommendations that were referred back to staff had to do with procedural issues around how the committees would hear budgets and around communication and advocacy around who's responsible.
So further through, Mr. Chair, so Works would like us to complete all the projects, but just not fund them with today's dollars.
Yes. I didn't really, that's a fairly simple way of putting it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Leahy?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, great, perfect logic, completely agree. I guess, and then I guess that's the challenge. There really isn't any other options. Like I understand the recommendation to defer up to 2.5, but we would have to add that on at some point, either next year, or the year after, and like we could be looking at, you know, the increases in like the 10, 12, 14% if we don't do it this year. Is that not fair?
So through the chair, that's correct. And let's, to be clear, it's not my recommendation to drop
Fair
the
enough.
2. That's a worst case scenario because exactly what you're suggesting is the case. It will extrapolate and magnify going forward.
Yeah, and I guess that's my concern because yeah, I'd love to find ways to cut, but we saw from the presentations all the capital plans, all the requirements, the water, the expansion. So it just doesn't seem to make sense to not support that particular water rate as it is. So I hate to have such a high increase. My next question on that is, what do we think it's going to be for the next 3 years? Are we still looking at the 7, or am I looking at 7 plus 5? Am I looking at 11 or 12 for the next 3 years? Like I'm trying to remember. We've talked about a lot of numbers. Yeah. What the projection for the next number of years is?
So through the chair, as of right this minute, you'd be looking at the 7 plus 5, generally speaking. I would suggest to you that staff will be very aggressively working through Bill 23 implications. As I mentioned, if growth stays stagnant for a while, our loss on the both the phase-in and exemption is hugely mitigated.
Yeah.
So this is probably a terrible thing for a Commissioner of Finance to say. I have my fingers crossed that we will be able to find other opportunities between now and then. But as of this moment, based on the numbers we've run, you're looking at the 7 and 5, give or take. But we will exhaust every opportunity to try to find other scenarios between this budget year and next budget year.
Okay, so even so, if all things stay the same, so we would be looking at 12% next year.
So through the chair, and if you defer this 2.5, you'd be closer to 12
Yeah,
and
14
to
and a half.
15. Yeah.
14 and a half.
Yeah.
And that's, I guess that's my concern. And are we seeing in any other municipalities that we're getting more permits pulled? Like we're not seeing a lot of permits being pulled in Whitby.
So through the chair,
Approved.
through the chair, it is it has been a bit slow this year, and that's to our benefit because we need that clock to keep ticking. So if the way the interest rates are, if that, it's of course counter to this whole objective to try to get people in homes, but from a pure finance component side, the slower it is in the next little while the clock ticks on our deep phasing, the better off we are in the financial. We won't be losing as much financially if we can get past another year of the clock ticking, if you will.
And I guess so how long, when did Bill 23 receive royal assent? Was it 18 months, 2 years ago?
So it came last November, so November 2022.
Oh, so we're only 13 months.
But it kicked into us when our DC bylaw was approved on July 1st. That's when the dollar values started to affect us.
Yeah, no, so I guess I'm all for advocacy with the province, but it's, at some point, it is law, where it is the lay of the land. It's not going to change, so we need to plan with the way the laws are today, not what we would like them to be. So, again, as much as it pains me, I'll be supporting the water rate. I really hope it's not going to be 12% next year when we have this conversation again. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes my speakers list. So I'm going to call the question in regards to approval of the recommendations for 2023 F37. I need a mover and a seconder, sorry. Moved by Councillor Garad. I know. Ashe. And second by Councillor Leahy. Any further debate? Being none, all those in favor? That item is carried. Okay. Please be advised the committee will now meet in closed session in accordance with subsection 23-239-2 of the Municipal Act to consider the security of the property of the regional corporation, personnel matters about identified individual, labor relations, or employee negotiations. And in respect to two items, a confidential attachment to report 2023 F35 regarding service level impacts to the Durham Regional Police in regards to the guideline, and the annual risk management report. We also do have the confidential report of the Commissioner of Corporate Services, which I'll add to the list if there's any questions, as we will be in camera. Motion to go in closed session. Moved by Councillor Leahy, second by Councillor McDougall. All those in favor? Carried. Just take a short break to make sure that the stream has been severed. Government, I am in reporting in public session. Any outcomes from today's closed session? As a result of the closed session today, I wish to report that there was no action items taken. There was discussions in regards to security property of the region of Durham, discussions in regards to staffing at the police, as well as a report in regards to the ONA collective bargaining agreement. We'll now continue with the public session. We have deal with report number 2323 F32, annual risk management. Mover, Councillor Lee, second by Councillor McDougall. Any debate? Polls? Are you voting or you have a question?
Well, yeah.
No, this is the property risk.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
On the transit piece that was identified for the 15% increase in the insurance costs, like is that directly related because of the as a result of the fire, or do we anticipate that going up a lot more in the future, or because we'll have a huge claim, I would imagine.
So through the chair, there's always a time lag with these things. That increase relates to the sheer number of sector-wide incidents and accidents.
Okay.
So you may recall Ottawa, for example, has had a
Yes.
couple of tragic incidents. So the insurance industry is rebalancing based on the claims experience across the sector.
Okay.
So the property is different. That's occurred in this year. It's a different policy as well. So we will have to see what happens next year with our quotes for the property side.
Okay, so it's hard to know it, so it could be even more then.
Through the chair, yeah, it could be more next year based on whatever the global risk assessments are.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That item's carried. Let's move on to the budget guideline, which was deferred for discussion in camera. There is a recommendation that has 14 parts, including a tax guideline and, well, a number of operative clauses. Can I get a motion to put it on the floor or any revised motion? Councillor Leahy, you have a revised motion or a current motion? Okay,
And I can put on the floor to put on the amendment.
sure. Your motion is what?
So I'd like to adjust the property tax guideline for the region to 4%.
Okay, 4% and keeping the operating budget for police at 2. as
Yes,
was
that's the
recommendation.
put on the floor.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Lee. Debate. Councillor Lee, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. No, happy to speak. So appreciate all the challenges that we're seeing across the board and the requirements for the cost. And I really appreciate all the effort from staff to take 1.75% out of the original budget guideline. But on the balance of looking at all the different things we're doing, water increasing at 7.4%, proposed going to council, other inflationary impacts. We're in a 3 to 4% inflationary impact environment. This, even plus the police proposal at 2%, and I realize that the police want more, the DRT wants more, everybody wants more, is that ultimately we go back to the taxpayer and we have to be responsible to them for the money that we're collecting from them. In a 3 to 4% inflationary environment, I think a 4% target at the region, which brings us to 6% overall at the region, plus what's going on at the lower tiers, like we're seeing in the 4 to 5% range on the lower tier municipalities, that's just a more realistic target that will be palatable by residents. So I think it's really important that we target that lower and we go a little bit further. And if we have to reevaluate the priorities that have come forward from council in the past, then on homelessness, on transit, on paramedics, on all those different pieces, then we need to reevaluate that. Because when we made those priorities a number of years ago, it was with the understanding that we would be able to manage property tax increases in the region for this entire term of approximately 5%. Now, I know we're not clairvoyants and we can't predict the future, but we also need to be able to pivot and manage our priorities as things change. And the original 9.75 going down to 8, it's not low enough. A 6% target, which 4 at the region, 2 for the police, is a lot more palatable for me. So I can only speak for myself, and I hope other members of council are open to that discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Wu's next on my list, but I know he's going to bring an amendment, so I'm going to go to my next speaker and then come back to you, Willie, if that's okay. Councillor Lee. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Lee. Bruce,
He
can you
wishes.
re-hit your number?
He wishes.
Do you under my?
You gotta turn your mic on. Thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleague, Councillor Leahy, in terms of his points made. This is an incredibly tight year financially for a lot of families across the region. So this is cognizant of that, while at the same time addressing some of the factors beyond our control. I guess my only question to the Commissioner of Finance is, at this cut, or at this rate that's being proposed right now, one of my biggest priorities is and remains transit. We made a 10-year transit commitment. A lot of our growth plans across the region from every municipality is very much dependent on this transit plan coming to fruition. So from your estimation, do you think there is a path forward to hitting this number at the same time, not necessarily overhauling this 10-year transit plan at year 1?
So I'll partially answer, and then our CAO may wish to comment. I would suggest to you that having the regional side capped at 4 is not much higher than what our CAO referenced in her part of the presentation, that's not much more than stripping everything out. So that would pretty much eliminate any opportunity for anything but a token shift in transit. Because in that transit number, keep in mind, there's also base things to worry about, right?
Right.
So it would pretty much defer almost everything, because that's not much far off the mark of, as we referenced,
Of 3.25 to keep the
everything out.
lights on, so to speak. Okay, so I mean, knowing that now, we all are building these larger cities. We all are anticipating massive growth. In fact, so much so we all have targets for it. But I think the key component to that is our transit. I think our transit system is now where it needs to be now, let alone anticipating all that growth. And if we don't start investing in it now, we are going to be in for a tough reality, a tough future, because we're moving parking spaces, trying to remove cars. Our transit's already at somewhat capacity right now, the highest ridership since COVID, that I think it is imperative we continue that plan that was set forth. So even though I'm seconding this, I actually don't think I can support this percentage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wu, you disappeared from my screen, so if you want to speak again, let me know. There you are. Councillor Wu. Will, are you there? There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Ash. If I can, before I go ahead, I do want to make a motion, but can I ask some questions to the Commissioner? When we talked about this and we looked at the Region 6% DRPS at 2%, property tax guideline, this would be when you look at in the total bill, it shows up as, was it 4.2%?
That's correct.
So it's, again, to explain to, I guess, those that would look, some would say it's an 8% budget that we're passing. But when it gets down and when the tax bills are issued, it's not 8%.
Through the chair, that's correct. The region generally represents about, on the actual bill side of it, the region generally represents about half of the bill. So you can kind of do the quick math and say an 8% is, 4% on the entirety of the bill. Each municipality expresses it differently. To be fair, our spending increase would be the 8. The effect on the totality of the bill would be the 4.2.
Right, thank you. And 1% equates to, again, I think you already mentioned it earlier, but just as a reminder.
So through the chair, 1% is 8.2 million.
So we reduced this as has been presented. We're looking at 16.4 million.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. That just about works out to kind of nicely what the increase for the Durham Regional Police. We'll take that. No, just kidding. Is it appropriate for me to bring my motion, or we're dealing with Councillor Leahy's motion first?
Councillor Leahy's motion includes the 2%, so if, Councillor Wu, if you want to amend that, I understand your amendment is to amend the overall motion to 2.5% for police, is that correct?
That is correct. The 2023-F-35 item B1, that the 2024 business plans and budget for the Durham Regional Police Service not exceed $267.966 million, an increase of 8.26%, which equates to $20,434,000, compared to the 2023 Durham Regional Police Service Board, or a 2.5% overall increase.
2.5 is what we need there. Okay. Do I have a
2.5, okay.
Do I have a seconder? I can't second, so. Councillor Lee seconds your motion, so debate on the amendment is in order. Councillor Lee, I think Councillor Wu, you've offered comments and the introduction, the amendment.
Well,
do you want to speak further to it?
Well, there was a lot of discussion on this and certainly appreciate it. And again, certainly paramount, and I did mention about when the service went out to the community to gain their input into the strategic plan. And it does touch upon those areas of roadway safety, community safety, neighborhood crimes, and also what DRPS does best. And, it does respond to emergencies, enforce the law, and act professional. As we grow, obviously, we're going to feel the impact in this community as far as community safety goes. Some of the ones that touched upon as far as maybe the impacts of redeployment of personnel, and certainly which is a very important on the region side is the Durham Vision Zero. And part and parcel is trying to be proactive as far as being reactive to show up to accidents if we can prevent them ahead of time. And I think that's the wish of Durham Region. Certainly the Works Department works very hard in collaboration with the Durham Regional Police Services. Some of this built in there obviously has to do with the increase of staffing. And I think it has been said in the past that there was a period where it did plateau. And that's, I guess, what happens when you don't, and I think I said it earlier, when you don't increase, and again, we're asking for more, and we saw that with the water and sewer budget. It's a case of, well, you either pay me now or pay me later. And this is where we have to catch up with the staffing within the service. And we're seeing that. I think we looked at increase of staffing in the Works Department. The workload is getting onerous. The pressures on staff are, and it doesn't matter where. I mean, I'm pretty sure when we're talking about Durham Region Transit and the bus driver, the amount of stress and what they go through and have to deal with the public in some situations. In this case, we want to add to our service so that they can adequately police our region and every nook and cranny of our community, right from the frontline officers to those uniformed members that are dealing with serious and organized crimes, patrol support and operational support, and even backing them up are civilian members, which are dealing with serious and organized crime, operational support, and administrative support. So again, this increase that is being proposed certainly would help that portion for community safety. So thank you, Chair Ash.
Thank you, Councillor Wu. Speaking to the amendment, which is 2.5%, 2.5% to the overall budget, and what is it to their increase? 8.3. Councillor Garrod.
Just a point of clarification, though, are we not still speaking to Councillor Leahy's proposal about the 4%?
No, we have an amendment to his main motion, which is to amend the police to 2.5. So we'll deal with the amendment, and then his is the active motion. It's not an amendment. That's what's on the floor. So what's on the floor is Councillor Leahy's 4%.
Yes.
And 2%, and Councillor Wu's amending that 2% increase for police from 2 to 2.5%.
Okay.
So that's what's on the floor.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I've spoken to my perspective on the police already. On this issue regarding the 4%.
Oh, we're not there.
But we were until it just got moved.
We were there until we have an amendment to the main motion. So we're on the 2.5%.
So it already requested to speak on it. Are we coming back to it?
We will come back to it after we deal with the amendment.
Okay, speak then. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity, and I'm going to speak in favor of the amendment. This has been great debate today, great debate a couple weeks ago. But the fact is, on September 12th, this committee recommended a police budget guideline of 8.26%, which DRPS has worked very hard to meet. We are extremely close to that number, and we've done this while maintaining existing services and partially keeping up with growth. I will point out that DRPS operates at a staffing level that's 15% less than other services in the GTA, like York and Peel. Yet our clearance rates and responses are higher. At the same time, this budget includes funding for many areas that simply are not the responsibility of the region. And as the CAO outlined, things like refugees and homelessness initiatives, opioid and mental health initiatives, also hospital funding to the amount of $46 million. None of these are regional responsibilities. And I understand budget pressures. I served on the Finance Committee for many years, many terms. But collecting property tax dollars under the disguise of funding regional responsibilities and then using these dollars to fund non-regional items, while at the same time cutting the police budget and reducing services is not the way to do it. That is a form of fraud. You're collecting money for one thing, but you're not using it for the reason that you're collecting.
I don't think that's an appropriate
All right, my
term to
apologies.
use.
I will amend that word.
Okay.
I think that is deceiving in collecting money for one thing. but
I
then
guess
using it
deceiving's
for
better
others.
than fraud, but
Okay.
it's not a big step up.
Fair. I do hope that the committee will support the amendment. I mean, I won't even go down the other road, the other option, but I think this is a lot easier to explain to residents. I think they will understand. I do not think they will understand the reductions that this recommendation, if not approved, the amendment is going to cause. And those are just facts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Again, we're making a recommendation to regional councilor for a revised budget guideline. So the determination of police deployment will be done at a point sometime in the future, as will the discussions with the CAO and the treasurer and all the other departments about how they achieve the business plan to get to the guideline that ultimately council will approve. Councillor Leahy, this is on the amendment.
On the amendment. Yes, no, I appreciate that, Chair Ash. And I also appreciate robust debate and all of our various points of view. And I appreciate that we can sometimes agree and agree to disagree. So on this particular one, so again, very supportive of what the police are trying to do and what they're looking for. But again, from a financial side, looking at the overall impact to residents, we are still giving them 6.6% increase. It's, while the second largest percentage increase in 12 years, the largest dollar amount that I've been able to find ever, because it was a lot less 12 years ago when there were 7%. So the largest dollar amount increase in the history of the organization for what I've got for my own research. So to say we're cutting is a bit of a misnomer when we're giving them the largest dollar increase that's ever been given. They are hiring more staff, so we got that number confirmed. So they're going to redeploy approximately 42 of the 78 they need, and there's going to be 36 hiring of staff within the DRPS. So that's an improvement to services. They're redeploying with time, which I think we all need to do. We all need to reprioritize in these high inflationary environments when we're trying to be as respectful as possible of the taxpayer dollars. So I appreciate the sentiment. Fully supportive of police and all the different things that they want to do. I'm just more comfortable giving them the largest dollar increase in the history of the organization at 6.6% and up to 16.4 million. I'm more comfortable with that. Again, largest increase that's ever been given by the region, and I'm hoping that with that 34 number of officers that they're hiring, they can maintain the service excellence that they have in the past, and we'll revisit it next year. Next year, there may be different inflationary pressures, maybe we'll have better opportunity, but I'm happy to support the largest dollar increase that we've seen to the DRPS at 16.4 million and a 6.6% increase to their budget, bringing in 34 new staff members. Thank you.
Councillor McDougall, on the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment, thank you. Councillor Leahy said much of what I wanted to say, but I did want to echo his support for the DRPS and having a budget increase for them of 6.6%. I wasn't here previously to partake in many of the other budgets where apparently this is the second largest in 12 years, so it sounds like a significant increase. So I'd like to echo Councillor Leahy's comments and support the police budget at 2%. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote because I think Mayor Schumer's online, and I don't think Chair Henry's online. So I want to do a recorded vote. The motion is duly, this is to the amendment by Councillor Wu and second by Councillor Lee to amend the police guideline to an 8.3, 8.26 and 8.3% increase to their budget, which represents a 2.5 increase to the overall tax. So I'm going to call the question. Who's that? Councillor Lee, haven't voted yet.
It's not showing anything.
Try it again. You're in favor? Okay. Can you end it then? It's 3-3, it's defeated. It's defeated, it's tied. So we're going back to the main motion, which is 4% and 2%. Further debate? The honourable member from Uxbridge.
I'm not speaking till you say my name.
Yes. Bruce.
Okay, well, nicely played. First, I'll just frame it from an Uxbridge perspective now that you put it that way. We're closer to the 60%, as opposed to Nancy saying around 50%. So we're not quite at 60, but 58, 59% of the residential tax, property tax is based on the region. I also want to frame it around, we're not dealing with the growth, nor have we made any kind of pledge to. We just simply can't grow. So, some of it because of the issues we've talked about with sewage capacity, some of it's greenbelt constraint. So it's from that perspective that I'm making these comments. We as a council, and even with this committee, have made commitments. And I know Councillor Leahy was referring back to years ago, but even as recently as a few months ago, we talked about the importance of the 2%. And Councillor Lee spoke eloquently about that commitment and the importance of that 2%. We've talked about going to 4%, and we've already been told that 3.25 is steady state. So virtually no difference in the investment there. So we're trying to move initiatives forward. We're trying to address environmental commitments. We're trying to address housing, social issues, and we've all spoken openly and proudly about how we want to do that. Now the invoice is coming in, and we're putting our hands up. No, we can't do that. So I'm not trying to belittle the comments. I certainly respect and appreciate the debate. It's just that at this point, we're faced with the challenge of building a new city, a completely new region with a doubling of the population. As others have said before me, we're not going to be able to fight the provincial approach. We can continue to take it. Chair Henry has said it's our responsibility to meet with the MPPs, meet with the MPs, and I'll continue to do that. Yet we've got a responsibility to step up. I honestly can't support the idea of a 4% increase, and those that know my colors recognize that I'm not typically of that ilk to increase taxes, but it's here and we need to deal with it now. I just can't support the idea of a 4% and think we need to go back to the proposed amount at 6%, which I think in itself has been monumental efforts to get us to that level. Not dealing with it now is only going to kick it down the road, where it's in fact going to be worse each year. We're going to miss our commitments that we've made, that we've all openly supported, and all we're going to do is kick the issue down the road where the increases are going to be even higher. Thank you.
Committee Member McDougall.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to echo the good member of Uxbridge's, Councillor Bruce. Yeah, no, you know what, the 4% I feel, just in terms of the same discussion we had this morning in terms of water sewer rates, it will leave us too constrained. As much as 4% is in consistency with what you had anticipated, what we would see in the past, we all know that currently we're not seeing increases that are what we anticipated even a year or 2 years ago. So I really honestly believe that the 4% is not realistic. You know, there is, I'm going to change the terminology. We keep talking about Bill 23, but I think it's actually getting paid now, so I'm going to change it to Invoice 23. Invoice 23 is definitely costing us, we know right now, 0.5%. I certainly think that we could deduct that 0.5% and look for payment from that invoice from the person who's dropped it on our table. But anyway, I won't be supporting 4% right now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wu, you're on my list, and then Councillor Chapman. Willie?
Echo my colleagues from the north, from Uxbridge and Scugog. I certainly can't support 4%. I think we'd go down the path of in the past where we'd like to have kept and I've been there when trying to keep the tax increase as low as possible. But again, there was a period of time when we're going to have to pay the piper. And as I had mentioned earlier, unfortunately, because of what we experienced with the pandemic and what we've seen with the increased costs, those capital costs we just talked about with the water and sewer, the inflationary pressures, and we are not going back to pre-pandemic levels. This is the new norm, unfortunately. I would like to have seen, obviously, a little bit more for the police, but again, you know, what we're discussing now will have to go to the region, and then there's still some more, I guess, if you want to say, and if I could ask the Commissioner of Finance, so whatever we do now will go to the region next week, and then before, how many more meetings do we still have?
So through the chair, if committee approves a guideline today, it will be ratified or changed by Regional Council on December 20th, and that fixes the guideline. Then we will come back to you in March for the budget process, accommodating that guideline.
Okay, so they're still up for discussion next week on pretty well the whole, what we're doing today.
Through the chair, that's correct. Council always has the ability to pull a committee report and make changes.
Okay. No, the one thing I did want to mention too, what's important for, I guess, us as a whole and certainly for staff, the water and sewer rate comes into effect. It has to come into effect when?
So through the chair, the water and sewer rate comes into effect January 1st. And to be clear, it's not a legal requirement. However, the funds that we need are required for the 12 months of the year. And because of how water bills are done, if we don't have them effective January 1st, then individual water bills can have much greater spike because you're going to be collecting the entirety of an amount over a shorter period of time. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. And again, I certainly won't be supporting the 4%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been some very interesting discussions today. Just something to think about is that when we set the guidelines, and when I've seen it in the past, we set guidelines and then changing them next week is not as big a deal. But then when the staff come in and meet those guidelines and we try to change it, then it's where does the money go? Or where does it come off? We've seen that before. Okay, so we got staff coming in with a 4% guideline for the budget, 4% budget, and then somebody wants to reduce it. Adding is not so much. One of the things that we sent it back to staff was to look at what the impacts of a 1% reduction and a 2% reduction, what the impacts would be. And they came back with a 1.25% suggestion to get it from 7.25 is where the regional budget was originally, or the guidelines were originally to get it to 6, right? 6 may still be high, and in my mind, 6 is still a little high, but I don't think, I think 4 is a little too low in some cases. So maybe we should have gone to the 2% and live with the impacts, or have staff adjust those impacts, because this is their decision of what they think the impacts will be or what can be taken out to get to that. We still have the final say in prioritizing stuff. For example, I notice in the 2% or 1% that we're going to cut out 3 health inspectors and some mental health issues and stuff like that, which is may not be for all of council, but it's high on my priority list as opposed to additional staff in finance, corporate, or the CAO's office, right? And we have to look at that when it comes in with the budget, and just to let staff know for whenever get to the guideline and you make the budget, if there's increases in certain staff in the CAO's office, finance, corporate services, and another reduction in health or social services of, like I say, for the mental health or, you know, I was very disappointed when I saw we're going to cut out 3 health inspectors. And I know they're deep in health because I've spoken to Dr. Kyle a number of times, right? I know they can manage in some of this case. But what's going on in the world today with all the viruses, and a new virus seems to pop up every other day, and COVID's back and COVID's gone and all those things, we want to take out a health inspector and, you know, only defer a procurement solicitor in the CAO's office. Those two don't make sense to me. So whatever the committee, of course, I don't have a vote here today, but whatever the committee lands on, I'm more inclined to be at the 5% at least than I am at the 4%. But my vote and what the rest of what I have to say will be a week tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, folks, I have a little bit of a dilemma here because it appears the main motion will be defeated and we can't really deal with it. So there's a couple of procedural ways we can deal with it, is by having a motion to divide, or if there's a number we can agree on that's not 4, we can have an amendment to the main motion, which is the 4 and the 2. So I'm in committee's hands. Correct. Okay, it's moved by Councillor Lee to amend the motion in front of us, but go with the initial. We can make it whatever you want, yeah. Okay, it's moved to amend the motion that's on the floor, which has been it's not amended. The amendment was defeated. That the staff report as submitted be changed to 5.9% plus 2%. So that's moved by Councillor Lee, and that all the other numbers that flow from that direction be changed in the report and given to council. So that's moved by Councillor Lee and seconded by Councillor McDougall. Debate. Any debate? Okay, record a vote. Okay, if there's no further debate, Councillor Leahy.
I guess, so this is an amendment, right?
Amendment to your main motion, correct?
Yeah, so no, I guess that's fine. I guess it's, you know, I'd be more comfortable with 5 than 5.9, but I guess it's.
It's going to come back to us next week.
But I'm worried about today, not next week. All right, so I guess we got to vote on that amendment before I could make any other amendments.
Correct.
Correct, okay, I'll leave it.
So it's, the main motion has been amended to read 5.9 for the overall budget guideline and 2% for the police, and a recorded vote has been asked for by Councillor Lee. So can you call the roll, please? He just sent me a note saying he was going to do a meeting. Did Councillor Lee's work? It was no. Didn't pass. My God. So the main motion still has standing then. 6% has standing. 5.9 is defeated. Sorry, 4% still is standing. 5.9 is defeated. He voted no. It was 3-3, correct? A motion, On the main motion for 4? Well, you're going to refer it to council for a whole, full debate. We really would like some direction so that we can. No. Well, yes, it has to, because we have to do the budget, but the direction will be that we refer it to council. But it is, I heard some movement around 5%, that's all I'm saying. Okay. So Councillor Leahy is amending his motion of 4% to 5%. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Lee? Okay. Okay, so the motion is duly, a motion is duly moved and now amended that will reflect a 5% budget guideline plus 2% police, and all other numbers that are associated with this will be amended to reflect that direction, correct? Yes. Okay, we're going to call the question. Do we need a recorded vote? Sure, let's do it. Recorded vote, okay. I'm going to. It's a car wreck, yeah. Okay, so the amendment to 5% has been passed. So the guideline through is section 1 is 5%, section 2 is 2%, and the remaining 12 items remain the same in the staff recommendation. Is there further debate? Five and 2, and the remaining of the recommendations from the staff report remain the same. Further debate? Okay, if there's no further debate, I'm going to call the question. Recorded vote, please. Okay, that is carried 5-1. So the motion as amended has been passed. I can hear the conductor. Choo choo. There was another item regarding a detailed report outlining incremental operating and capital expenses. Mayor Schumer, who was the mover of this, is not online. Although council committee can deal with it, we can receive for information too. Okay, moved by Councillor Lee to receive for information, second by Councillor McDougall. Debate.
More of a question. So what's the next step then if they're asking for a report and we just receive it for information? Do we have to come back to committee?
They don't get one, and I think the treasurer indicated at the council that there's no value in this report. Well, I shouldn't. You answer in your professional
Yes,
opinion.
use your words.
So through the chair, one of the things we tried to do in the budget report and the presentation was to show you that reflection of the last 5 years of what's happened with respect to funding
Right.
social related things. So we're hoping, number one, that would address some of the intent behind this recommendation. But more importantly, we have been looking at advocacy, and our CIO has mentioned this. So Marco and the regional single-tier treasurers and the big mayors and the regional single-tier CAOs have all got together because we do need to lobby the province on implications of what's gone on. So one of the things there that always happens, and you've heard me say this, every time us treasurers are sent back to do something, we all come up with something different because we all explain that our municipality is different than another municipality, and we have different bundles of services and different geography. One of the things that they've charged a committee to do, which the CAO mentioned that I'm on, is to try to figure out a formula that they can pull from our financial reports that says it may or may not apply 100% to the dollar, because that's what us finance people like to do, but it gives you that indicator across the sector of what some of these things are, and that will help in that lobby effort. So that's where I would like to spend finance resources and time,
Fair
is
enough.
to do that. My perspective is that many of us have individually sent, things to the province to say this is costing us X. We need to do this sector-wide with the support of every association we can group in, and that's my strategy.
Okay, and that's a great strategy. So fully supported your approach. Thank you. Happy to receive for information.
I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor? In my haste to get off the train tracks, we have an in-camera report that requires approval. So I need a mover. This moved by Councillor Leahy, second by Councillor Lee. Any questions, comments, or debate? Being none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any new business? Yes.
Just want to point out, I just want to thank Chair Ash and the entire finance team, the entire regional staff. It's been an incredibly difficult year, and I think we're making some really good progress for the region, as well as some really good decisions, but it wouldn't be without your assistance and your guidance. So just thank you very much, and looking forward to, the next coming years with this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, thank you. That concludes our business. We are coming back next week for region. I too want to thank committee. This has been a long process, and we're not through it yet because it's coming back to us in February, March type thing. Councillor McDougall.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to make one comment, but perhaps if next time Commissioner Taylor wants to bring us such bad news, the Christmas brooch might not be a Santa, it could be a Grinch, or if there's some Scrooge kind of, yeah. That's all. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn would be in order. Moved by Councillor Leahy, second by Councillor Lee. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you very much.